Alright, hey everyone, how you doing? Good to see all you. Time I got back, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits, I appreciate that. So, yeah, it's one of those days. It's, a bit hard to be cheerful about much of anything right now. But I figure I want the distraction, and some other people could probably use it too. Um, so yeah, I don't really have much planned for content today. We're just kind of gonna do things. I want to revisit this save. I have not even opened this save in like several weeks. So I want to throw some lightning bolts, maybe revamp it for some new stuff. Figure something out. There's still several items I want to farm, so we'll figure that out. But anyway, time I got back: Wisp, Jester, Silent, Fleece, Viper, Reckless Monster, New Mexican, Matt, Aaron, Dex, Chester, Friholio, Bluck, Jaybridge, T-Honey, Mozilla, Ember, Chimpy, and anyone I missed. Whirls, did I say Whirls? Hi, Whirls. Yeah, I hope you're all good. Jack, how you doing? Yeah, let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. So, I've not touched this character in a bit. I don't know what's going on with it. It's, Spore Warden Spell Shot? Yeah. It's, Lightning Bolt chucking. When'd I get that? Oh yeah, I was gonna use that for companion health testing, so I kept it here. Apparently at some point I got Primordial Sharksbane. That's cool. I want to swap this out. This is like one of those armors that's been passed around since start of the game. Wrath of Nature isn't super impactful to begin with on this kind of setup. So like I could swap that. This Harbinger could go for a barb load, honestly. Okay, so there's lots of damage on the table we could be picking up. Let's check my armor situation in my stash. Since it's been so long, I'm sure I've picked something up that's good for this build. And I didn't clear out bank storage before stream today either. I'm just not doing any of my prep work. Hope you're alright. I'm, you know, better than a lot of other people are doing today. I didn't sleep great though. But I just got my coffee, and it's kicking in. Good. Sporcer just finished story, got Trickster's Ice Spike for maximum ricochets. Nice. I should probably go for some variety of Ice Spike on this build. When I think about it. So I don't play Spell Shot often. And this is a Spell Shot build. I guess this Calamity would be good. The fire damage is going to boost Body Rune. It's going to boost our imbued weapon because I'm using a fire spell currently. I'd prefer if it had area damage though. My favorite that, so we can come back to that. Morning, Air Halifax. How you doing? So I'm hoping for high thread count and area damage. Hoping I have an armor with that somewhere. That's all damage. The reason area damage is important here is because there's not many places you can get that stat, and it's good for a lightning bolt chuck formula. The only options are get it on armor, get it on gun enchantment, or be a berserker. And I don't plan on playing berserker on this save. So here's a paradigm with relevant stats. This paradigm, it's Wrath of Nature. It's not different enough. I want to do something different, you know? There's this amalgam. Area damage. Yeah, I'll grab that. We could farm more amalgams today. So that's an option. Morning, Old Scout Sniper. How you doing? Guy just browsing his large wardrobe. What to wear, what to wear. Yeah. Hey, Cheese. How you doing? How was Rogue Legacy? Stone Swan, good to see you. I caught some of the stream last night, but I wasn't very sociable, so I didn't say anything. But once again, thanks for all your hard work testing stuff.
Wonder what me friends are up to. There was... No, he's dead. Oh, how about... Ah, she's dead too. Listen, he's dead, she's dead.
I store too much shit, chat. I'm a hoarder.
He's dead. This here's the trouble with friends. The only fun ones always get themselves killed.
I also don't pick up much spell shot stuff. It's a really good amalgam. Yeah, I believe that's one that Cheese got as a drop pretty early on. Berserker spell shot. Area damage. Is that imbued weapon? That's a shame. This is one of the multi-class combos that rolls better things, and it didn't. I also have a few armor mules, so there's a bunch of gear that I'm not able to look at right now. I don't feel like mule hopping. We're just looking for anything spicy, spell shot wise, that I've put in here. This is my first time playing spell shot on stream in like 3 weeks. Plate mail. Plate mail with area damage. Okay, there's a few reasons why that's probably not a good idea, but I'm gonna take it anyway. I'm gonna take it anyway. Ooh, diamond gauntlets. Diamond gauntlets with lightning bolt chucks. That's a huge crit chance increase. Yeah, that could be fun. Maybe we want diamond gauntlets as like the move for this build. That sounds like a good time. I'm feeling a little better. Hey, CZ, how you doing? Character yapping away even though you're cycling through the bank. Yeah, the characters are very chatty. They're very chatty. Okay, so we got a few armors we can look through. Is that amalgam? Yeah, I have multiple copies. So I can get rid of one of those. Money. So we'll equip that for now. There's that plate mail. There's that diamond gauntlets. Okay, this will be fine for the moment. Actually, let's go start gun damage there. I don't have conditional damage really covered in this setup. So the big thing that Spore Warden Barrage builds lose, it means area damage. So it's just a part of the damage formula, John Wick. So area damage is a thing that's selective about what it applies to, in the same way that that like gun damage goes to guns, right? It's things that are considered to be explosive by the game. So that happens to be every spell, as far as I know. But the lightning bolt chucks from these Fear Knots, those are also area damage. Explosions from rocket launchers are area damage. Just think of explosives and spells. Those tend to be area damage. But the thing that Spore Warden Barrage builds miss out on is they don't tend to have conditional damage, unless they're a Berserker spec with the old ways. Losing the full health enchant here is losing a lot of damage. And then other than Headhunter, there's no real way of getting that back. That's something to think about. Something to think about for sure. I expect to play the angles on this build for my other weapons. But I don't think I need to be. Whatever, do it anyway. Let's head over to PLC 2. Let's open up that farm on this character. Yes, Kevin, you are a cat. Good boy. Arc Torrents don't get AoE? Ooh, interesting. Okay, Arc Torrents don't. So, almost every spell. Think guns are weaker in this game than Borderlands? No, they're not.
I will not be cowed.
I think Borderlands players don't have the self-awareness to realize that they're just not good at putting builds together, and they don't build around items, they slap items on builds, and this game doesn't work that way. At least not to the same extent.
It's dangerous out there. Back to the dance.
An unsavory mind dreamt up that place. Witches and brews and adventure. It takes a strong
Burn? Not an insult, just a statement of fact.
Countless threads.
Hey, Popsy, how you doing?
And fortune are twisted here, all wrapped around that castle in the forest. I see only vague shapes: a mushroom, a crab.
My game just opened before stream, so it's gonna take a second to remember how to exist.
No doubt, ingredients.
That's the chop.
Something unsavory is brewing.
It do be like that.
A few
Salt battery always elemental? No.
wandering nearby who may have a clearer vision of the situation.
I have gotten
Use your
2 drops of it myself, and they've both been non-elemental.
find out which secrets they're holding.
Thanks for the reload!
One of them has dropped a list of ingredients. Shall we take a look? It says
Game needs its coffee.
magic
It do be
shrooms,
like that.
Fangs, goblin beans, hot or cold.
Weapon part sheets updated. Sick.
Dream up a list like this.
Any juicy finds there, CZ?
I must see the mind that cooked up this mess.
Anything weird about the new gear?
Wild imagination could concoct such twisted things. Go and find it.
C for effort. C minus.
Bill got damage. Yeah. Lightning Bolt chucks it real hard. Like, people will kind of attribute only pixies to Furior's strength, but Shrikes are also really good. And Lightning Bolt chucks are really good. I enjoy the Lightning Bolt chucks because there's still an element of
I
interactivity,
think you're onto the goblins next.
much more so than pixies. Furior's just cracked as a whole. Yeah. Oil and Spice's unique scope part cannot drop. I don't know if it's intentional.
The goblins that dwell here value 3 things in life. Coin, preserving ancient architecture, and their beads. You'll need to draw the alpha goblins out of hiding to get the rightest beads. Picking off a few of their less bean-endowed friends should do the trick.
And by that, I mean I'm gonna take you.
I see excessively large beans in your
I have
future.
health bug right now. Because, like, I'm doing enough that would one-shot these enemies.
Right one's coming.
But, you know, it's this mirror, so I just don't care. I probably have the health bug. Because I don't think a 7k barrage is going to one-shot even one of these. Oh well. Yeah. Barrage doesn't do that kind of damage. Now, if you look at the damage numbers that are showing up for my chucks, that would one-shot. So ultimately, I don't think it matters.
Those goblins are has-beens now. Or are they hasn't-beens? Whatever, moving on.
Fear not, lightning bolt chuck gets spell in area. No, it doesn't get spell. Area, yes. Spell, no. It is gun, it is spell, it is elemental. Note that fear not lightning bolts, or all lightning bolt chucks, I should say, they are always an element of some kind. Even a non-elemental one is an element. It's lightning. So, interestingly, with these lightning fear nots, if you're gonna use a lightning element bolt, then get a non-ele. Still a blue damage number, but a higher base damage. The only thing it'll affect is the element of your double knot. It's the only thing that changes.
You seem like you've had enough of this crap.
Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? This eruption spell is fun. It's not really for killing. It's just happening to do that right now.
Having a crabby day, are we?
Spells are up!
Give me a hell. It's hot there here. And a final
How are the Wonderlands today? We're just doing the thing, updating this Lightning Chuck build. It's something I've been meaning to do, and I just did not take the time to do it yesterday off stream. So we're doing it live. I gotta go through this this mirror at least once to get the stuff in the wheel pool,
That's something.
and then we'll take it from there.
Now that you've caught crabs, it's bone. Oh,
What's the drop source for Diamond Gauntlets, chat? Anyone know offhand?
stopped.
Glad you made the comment about people not understanding how to build our items in this game. I figured I'd be a little direct, because there's areas of this game that are different from Borderlands, and there's areas that aren't.
Cracking a few bones.
And in terms of
Bones ideally, not yours.
this, it's a bit of both. So like, in Borderlands,
Quick work of these.
it's never been demanding. It's never asked that you actually know too much about what you're doing. This game, at least in the department of making a unique item work for your build, and in the department of boss damage, wants a little more from you.
Let's make this
And that's important to
interesting.
highlight. Lunar Sun's world drop only? Okay. So, Diamond or Steel Gauntlets would do it for me then.
This will end
One more in the bag.
you. I'll take that.
Second main boss in the featured? No, that's the Calamity, I believe.
They should call huge skeletons bone snacks instead of bone meals.
Not the Calamity spell type, the Calamity, like, legendary armor.
Bet you wish you'd turned away.
Bone milling beans. What is this recipe doing?
What spell using? I've got a Colliding Eruption. This is the self-cast kind that has enemy knockback. So anything that lives gets ragdolled, which gives me ample time to set up a barrage or a chuck.
Time to see the mind behind.
The damage isn't anything fantastic, but it's killing because I'm a spell shot. Morning, Pragmatic. How you doing? Made an oopsie, long story short. Thought a smoke shop shorted me for a rig I bought there. Turns out they did give me one. Boyfriend just didn't see it. Very got angry about shady business practices for no reason. Mistakes happen. Mistakes happen. Built around specific weapons in BO3, which is why I like this game so much. I had a really fun Moe's build. It's all about using the Hive with unlimited ammo and Minesweeper. Hey, that sounds really fun. And that's definitely the kind of build where you need to put together a couple of interactions, a couple of specific items to even be able to shoot your item more than infrequently. So that's a good example. What are you adding, the donkey and garlic breath to your swamp goddess?
I see an
You know, I could probably do that.
in your future.
I've not gotten a garlic breath yet.
Wine and real trifle. Your time's run out.
Oh, yeah, okay, I have health bug.
Your last.
Whatever, this fight sucks. I don't care.
She was out of her gourd there at the end, wasn't she? Terrifying.
I like the part where she stopped talking. Just looking at this mirror makes
Cool.
me hungry.
It's good to see you again. New challenges await if you're ready.
One second. Like before we should stop talking in such a mood. says mini bosses in the chamber. Okay. Lethal catch. Pistol mag size. Spell crit damage. That's a pretty good lethal catch. Honestly, I could use that for some stuff. Cool. Let's talky more shooty. Hey, Carter. New cosmetics. Actually rewarding. The wheel's so much better now. It's just, I still don't like it being the only way of getting the new gear. Because it's literally the least gameplay possible. And clearly the rates aren't well tuned because I, someone who literally plays this game professionally, still have not seen a couple of the DLC items in my game. Now, some of them you can't get, but one of them you can, and I just haven't. Unrewarding. Wheel's a much, much worse version of a bunny. Yeah. Yeah. But hey, the wheel did get improved. It is no longer completely awful. So I guess we consider that a win. Enchantment-wise, do I really want gun damage here? I'm thinking. What else would I want? Do I have elemental well covered? I don't really. But I don't really care either. Dangle dangle. Min-max and wheel rolling is hilarious. Yeah, like I should be wearing my loot lug gear for hitting the fucking wheel. This is a good armor. Area damage, volatile, high threat count. This is good, but I'm save quit here to get rid of health bug. We'll do another run. So that a good first step, not a win. It could be both, but I do get the point. How you doing, robot? Pro tip, stand on the torch. Doesn't hurt you have access to the roll prompt and see all your loot easier. Ooh, that's neat. Ever get this build to work? What about it didn't work for you, Moveface?
Pittances in the path to my glory. Just looking at this mirror makes
What if the wheel only gave DLC gear? There's still absolutely no reason that it shouldn't be in the bunnies as well. Because
Countless threads of
I've yet to hear a good argument for why not.
all wrapped around that castle in the forest. I see only vague shapes, a mushroom, a crab,
Yeah, okay. No health bug this time. They're not dying to barrage.
Anyway, these
Good, good,
are,
good.
no doubt, ingredients for trouble. Something unsavory is brewing.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
I see a few individuals wandering nearby who may have a clearer vision of this situation than I do. Use your expertise to find out what secrets they're holding.
Fully stocked.
One of them has dropped a list of ingredients. Shall we take a look?
You ever get the damage spikes and go stacking the wrong stat for it? Yeah, you don't really stack one stat for this.
I see
I've got a healthy balance of spell and gun damage, and I'm on a spell shot.
you.
Got some global damage on my armor, on my melee weapon enchant.
Shrooms
Yeah.
grow in every crevice of
It's not
this
particularly hard to
forest,
gear for.
which give the forest its distinctive pungent scent. I can't smell it, of course. I can't even imagine. But I can tell from your face. That's an accurate description. I see 5 mushrooms in your future. Good luck finding ones without fangs.
Something that might have happened is you might have gone too much gun damage and
I blame you for trying.
not killed the rest of the formula. Something I talked about earlier is I made sure that the armor I'm using has area damage, because that is a fresh multiplier. You can only get area damage as a gun enchant,
What's next?
as a armor passive, or as a berserker skill. Hey, Eternal Dragon, how you doing? Oil and Spice can apply more than one fire dot at a time. Each bottle explodes for its own damage instance too. That's cool.
And their beans. You'll need to draw the alpha goblins out of hiding to get the ripest beans. Taking off a few of their less bean-endowed friends should do the trick.
549k. Nice. Spell shot balance, by the way.
Simple geometry. Still time to run the other way. Oi! Thanks for that.
Sir, what? Spell shot balance. I don't know what to tell you.
The big ripe ones coming.
606. That's fine. Hey, Mr. Black Eye, how you doing? Is that weapon good? What weapon?
Like rain, only sharper. Unstoppable.
You got it. I got it, yeah.
I see excessively large beans in your future. Those goblins.
Test it all night now, I rest.
Now.
Nice.
Or they hasn't.
Thank you for testing.
Whatever, moving on.
No, that was 907k. That's cool. Can we hit 1 mil? Did try this with spell shot secondary because fucking spell shot. It works similarly well on anything with sufficient damage formula. I have a copy of this save that I made Spore Berserker instead, and it still performs. Doesn't hit the damage peaks that spell shot does, but it still performs. It has a cool
Lots of
spread of utility things instead.
I'd watch out while you're collecting crab meat.
The pistol? It's a Chain Lightning Fear Not. Now, it's not perfect because I have melee crossbolts instead, and I think there's a higher damage roll. But yeah, Chain Lightning module Fear Nots hit super hard. Go over the spec? Yeah, sure. Do it after the boss. New items drop from Chaos Chambers? No, they do not.
Do meet the pirates.
Another notch and not a coin to show for it. How's that for an active reload? Hell.
Having a crabby day, are we?
Spore Fuse even do anything for you here? Against these enemies? No. They don't have enough health that it has time to really do anything. So you saw 224k there as a fire number, and there was a Spore Fuse explosion. We just didn't have time to see the Spore Fuse. This enemy didn't have enough health.
It's interesting.
So against like bosses, Spore Fuse is relevant. But currently, no.
You seem like you've had enough of this crab.
I do have new stuff randomly dropping from the chance for some reason, though I did go offline to all 4 difficulties. So yeah. That's clearly not how we're supposed to be doing things. So I imagine that's a product of having done all 4 difficulties. Which is, at least the intent of their design is that we don't have the ability to do that for 3 more weeks. But it is good to know. Hey Fireball, how you doing?
Another day, another crab.
Smell the stench! Idiot!
I said,
I should manage my ammo better.
Now
I want to try out a barbell load on this spec, not because it'll have time to trigger most of the time, but like, because I think it'd be funny to trigger barbell load with a lightning chuck.
step carefully.
The new gears and the bunnies in 3 weeks is much less disappointing. I still think it's not good design, because,
You can't make bone meal without cracking a few bones.
like,
The troll's bones ideally, not yours. Give those bone files a shake
I don't
and see what
I don't believe in this model of gear starvation.
more bones than you
There's already
expect.
enough in place in terms of the chaos tier system, in terms of the part variants and the itemization system, like as a whole, that like you don't need to also be like, hey, it's technically available, but you can't fucking get it in any reasonable amount of time. Like, there's already stopgaps for that in place. I don't view it as justifiable at all.
Fallen fresh!
Would it be too much if I said bone appetit? Oh, it is. I take it back.
Right, they didn't too? Yeah. Farming a barbell load for my flak setup, lightning chucks, proc barbell load pincushion. So anything can cause the barbell load to trigger its ricochet, but the enemy does have to have crossbolts in them, crossbolts or saw blades. So not anything can set it up, but anything can trigger it.
Isn't it?
So because this gun is crossbow barrel, I could shoot crossbolt like that, and then, you know, do whatever to trigger barbell load. That's why I'm curious about one for this setup. Also, I need more barbell loads of various stats and elements. I have like 3 total across all my characters, and I'd like a lightning one for my skeet prod,
Bone mealing.
and like a fire one for this build.
Recipe doing.
Doesn't necessarily have to be fire. Sword explosion count as crossbow saw blades? No. It needs to be something that has this text at the bottom. Target takes blank increased blank damage for each crossbolt stuck for blank duration. It needs to have that for it to set up barbell load.
sign every hero.
One more in the bag. That's the whole list of ingredients. It's time to see the mind behind all this.
Be a huge improvement. They made the wheel only drop PLC gear. Gear can also be in the bunny loot pool. That would keep the incentive of doing the new content if you really want the new gear specifically, but also appease people who just want to do chambers. Right. Everybody wins type situation. There's no loss there. No loss is incurred. Just more players get to choose how they want to consume the content and acquire the gear.
Like a good soak after
I see an invitation to dinner.
I treat to rise. One hero extra rare. Now jump into the pot before I make you escargot.
Game, you okay? You gonna perform properly? No? Okay.
What happens?
Oh, there's a 1 mil chuck.
For the reload,
Cool.
idiot.
That was non-health bug. This build just has damage.
Terrifying.
I like the part where she stopped talking.
Cool, cool, cool. Encapsulator Barber Load sounds fun. I'm gonna pick one up so I don't forget. Big number, big number. How do you throw a lightning bolt without shooting first? You just rapidly click and shoot reload. I'm shooting once and then reloading, Roddy.
I'm always happy to see. And don't
If you sometimes see me standing there doing nothing, it's because I'm trying to reload, but my ammo regen from the Spore Warden skill, this one, gave me the bullet back. It sometimes happens. Morning stuff, Beaver. How you doing? Oh yeah, I promised going over the spec. So, this is the gun we threw the whole time. Fear Not with lightning bolt, chain lightning bolt specifically. The secondary hits of the chain lightning bolt do 50% of the damage of the original. It can also bounce back to the original target from a second target, so that's really nice. This counts as gun damage. It does not trigger play the angles. It does not get spell damage. It does get area damage. Peg leg is for echo delivery and get some nice reload speed and moving speed out of the deal. Body rune with reload, barrage charge, so we have infinite barrage for enchantment uptime and Wrath of Nature application. You know, gun damage rings, just what I happen to have here. Amalgam with area damage is the reason why I have this. High thread count area damage is why I'm wearing this. Other stuff is just like nice. Harbinger. I want to replace this. Harbinger doesn't do much for my damage here. It's just the fact that the fire and spell shot are primordial is why it's doing anything for my damage. Harbinger has that force shield capacity roll. And it's mildly helpful defensively. Honestly, on Chaos 35, it doesn't do much. Unless you're doing like a Deathless. Colliding Eruption for utility. This doesn't really kill things, it's for knocking things like Cyclops out of the sky so I can line up my chucks because my aim is bad. Skill tree wise, Spell Shot down to high thread count, and Spore Warden down to play the angles. I only have play the angles when I'm using things like a body rocker. The lightning bolts do not trigger that, but it's still worth getting this tier of Headhunter, because the lightning bolts can benefit from that if you hit a crit spot, and Wrath of Nature. And going down and investing 4 here leaves you only 2 points short of play the angles, and the only other places those 2 points could go is like more gun crit, more imbued weapon. So may as well. Lightning bolt spell damage? No, I just said it does not. Fear not, lightning bolts do not do spell damage. I'm a spell shot, so I have magic bullets, turning my spell damage into a multiplier for guns, but they do not directly get spell damage. Healthful enchant seems easy with the number of health barrels that are around. Yeah, only reason I'm not running it is because I have this barrage enchant, and I'm thinking about ways of getting around that. Like, I think this is part of why barrage builds feel so light on damage, because this is a non-damage enchant. This is just pure uptime. And barrage doesn't have a fantastic base, nor does Spore have a good formula. Hey, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Jay Adriani. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Pistols throw scale off spell or companion or gun. It's gun, area, elemental. Doing experimenting with Blizzard? Not in some time, but it's not very good. Blizzard formula, like, it weirdly doesn't get area damage. I feel like that would help it a lot if it could just get area damage. Additionally, making the tornadoes faster would help. And also a damage increase. Feels out of place in the Spore kit. Yeah. Morning, Paul. How you doing?
This ward gives off such a lovely aura.
Did you make the this ward yourself?
We at least get very fast runs on this build of the PLC. So I don't mind doing runs of it, because the boss goes down in like 10 seconds. But I do want that barb load. Will the reload do more damage if you get the crossbow increased damage instead of melee damage? Yeah, it would. Hey, that's my first elemental salt and battery. And it has echo. That's the best one I've gotten so far. Nice. Echo isn't exactly what I want on that weapon, full transparency, but it is better than Amp. Which is what I got on my other two.
Did I make the cosmos? The stars? Everything is borrowed. Dreams, time, even life itself.
Okay. We'll keep going until we get a barb load. I should put some stuff in my bank. Not that I have much space in there. New to your channel, do you ever know of any Graveborn builds that aren't companion or spell focused? So something I play from time to time on Graveborn is I like combining Graveborn and Berserker to do Reaper of Bones gun builds. Graveborn Berserker is the multi-class combo with the most healing in the game. So you can sustain Reaper of Bones for up to several minutes at a time. And that's definitely a lot of fun to do. Basically, you go down to Grave Capstone, grab that, and spells activating your kill skills is very nice when you have the Blood Frenzy kill skill over in the Berserker tree. I have an armor that has 3 points in it, so basically I heal about a quarter of my HP each time I cast a spell, and you also get 30% of your HP back over 2 seconds from Sanguine Sacrament. And all the other healing you got going on, it's very easy to sustain Reaper for a while with that. It's a good time.
Why does this mirror smell like baked beans? And why am I jealous?
Drive around, be back later. Sounds good, Rose. And yeah, welcome in again. Is it Shay? Feel free to tell me how to pronounce your name. If it's the hard Z sound or not. But welcome in. Sorry for low energy today. Bad vibes, you know, current events and shit. Normally a little more animated, but it's more subdued today. Welcome in, though. Good to meet you.
Forest. I see only vague shapes. A mushroom, a crab, bean, maybe. Very lumpy bean. Anyway, these are, no doubt, ingredients for trouble. Something unseen.
Great Bro, what does Reaper do again? Reaper Bones gives you a global dark magic bonus element on everything you do while it's active, and its duration is only limited by your health. So it constantly drains your health. The amount that is drained increases over time up to a cap, but you're basically using your health bar as your battery for your action skill. And the reason why this is good is because with enough healing, you can make this duration really long. There's a few advantages of constantly taking damage as well. For example, Reaper Bones will constantly trigger the Selective Amnesia class mod's effect, or armor's effect, so you can just have Amnesia's damage bonus up at all times. And you are also functionally immortal during Reaper of Bones. Activating the action skill gives you a full heal, and then you can't die while it's active. Unlike me, apparently. If you would die while Reaper is active, it simply ends the action skill instead, and gives you 3 seconds of invulnerability. So, Reaper of Bones literally makes you unkillable. My annoyance with the Reaper setup is needing to pickaxe first enemy in every room. Apart from that, it's real fun. Why do you need a pickaxe? Pickaxe swings really fast and gives cooldown at 5 stacks, and you can get an ancient hilt on it. So swinging a pickaxe is one of the fastest ways to restore your Reaper cooldown.
But I can tell from your face.
It's pretty much that, or use a Theurge amulet, and if you use a Theurge, you don't get Sacrificial Skeep. Sacrificial Skeep is another good way of extending your Reaper uptime, rather than reducing the downtime. Because the healing from Skeep is a full duration refill on Reaper. So, essentially you're choosing between easier restoration of uptime and easier upkeep. It's one of the reasons I like building around Reaper. It's a little more complex than your average action skill. Big Krieg vibes if you were into using Release the Beast. Reaper's supposed to work as ASA? It does. That was fixed some time ago.
The goblins that dwell here
Also, hi Nadishby, how you doing?
things in life. Coin, preserving ancient architecture, and their beams. You'll need to draw the alpha goblins out of hiding to get the ripest beams. Picking off a few of their less beamed out friends should do the trick. Big goblin beams bouncing your way.
This will end you!
There's one of those big bean boys.
Beans. You know too much? What do you mean? What did I do?
I see excessively large beans in your future. Those goblins are has-beens now. Further,
I think they mentioned now it also keeps up in rage. Yeah. There was a bug preventing Reaper of Bones from counting for stopping the timer on Berserkers in rage, which functionally didn't matter much if you were going Grave Capstone with Blood Frenzy, because every Blood Frenzy activation from either casting your spell or killing would give you a chunk of the duration back. So like you can still maintain it, you just need to constantly cast or kill. But now you don't even need to do that.
they're no
You're gonna do it anyway, but now you don't need to.
I do mean pirates.
Throw us an I don't know every once in a while. There's some things I don't know.
C for effort. C minus.
I still learn things about this game every day. Like earlier today, I learned that Arc Torrents are some of the few spells that don't get area damage. And that's good info to have.
More crab for the collection.
Game, you okay? Game not running so good. Quag's brain is rammed deep into the anus of Wonderlands. I wouldn't have put it in those terms, but, you know, it's not incorrect.
Thanks for the reload, idiot!
It's a merrier place.
These enemies are weak enough that, yes, I'm shooting on impact mode. Morning, Kirk. We're offended by the recipe, why are we gathering the ingredients? Good question. Good question. Also thoughtfully phrased.
On the bright side, it's not crabby anymore. That's something.
You guys hear that street cleaner going? The street's never clean over there either. I don't know why they do this. When you have this many hours out in a game, it's only been on 2 months. That's a fair point. Why didn't bother cleaning the street? It's gonna get dirty again. Yeah, I don't understand. They like driving it? That might very well be it. DLC 2 gear just dropped in Chaos Chamber, got a Bolt Lash from first mini boss. Have you completed all 4 forms of the boss, Old Scout Sniper, and or do you have hotfixes enabled right now?
Did you imagine you'd be catching crabs from pirates today? Tell the truth.
Who wants to make that mistake again? Appreciate the assist, little one.
The recipe says, now that you've caught crabs, it's boned. Ah, the monstrous mind that wrote this recipe must be stopped.
I'll take that.
Did complete all 4 levels? That would be what it is. You are not intended to be able to complete all 4 levels right now? For what it's worth? Do any tutoring instructional sessions? Might sound like a weird question. 100% pay for a lesson, so to speak, to help me improve gameplay, advance the chaos levels. You don't need to pay for that at all, Borkatron. I'm happy to help out. Whether it's something you want me to go over on stream, or like ping me in the community Discord, or DM me. Like, you don't need to pay me. I'll just do it. Always happy to help out. I just like doing it. Of course, the support's appreciated. Like, I appreciate that immensely. But, like, you don't have to.
Flesh wound. Fallen fresh. This world's no place for the weak.
That's a body rocker? Yeah.
You're making quick work of these.
So Arcane Bolt doesn't get area damage? I do not know of Arcane Bolt. I said Arc Torrent. So like the Lightning Bolt spells. Arcane Bolt, I'm pretty sure is area damage. Hey, Mr. Adblock. Thanks for taking care of today. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Catch up on chat a little bit.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
The Uniquack says yeah.
Get stuck.
Did you ever think you'd have this many bones outside your body?
More like a one-on-one session for an hour or two with direct tips, pointers, and gameplay, how to improve build, some more specific tutoring, not so much generalities. That makes sense. Yeah, you can DM me. Anytime. I do try to keep somewhat to office hours, so like, I'd probably be able to help better on like, my day off, or on, like, knowing about it a couple days in advance. But yeah, just DM me. DM me and I'll help you out. No need to pay or anything. Just happy to help.
I'll How's that for an active
Getting a lot of world
duo?
drops in this one.
That's the last we'll see of them.
I was wondering which one I missed.
I said, bone.
Next man absolutely stuck in Chaos 33. Yeah, happy to help out. Climbing Chaos levels can be really brutal depending on which bosses you get. Especially because getting the drop rates to get the gear to efficiently do the content requires getting through the content. Or getting lucky early on. And if you don't get lucky early on, or run one of the sufficiently ridiculously powerful specs, then it can be a little discouraging. I totally get you. Thought the luck enchantment I showed was dope. The barrage cooldown one, though. The luck one doesn't help you in combat, and honestly, I'm trying to move away from the barrage one. So I'm looking at pursuing alternate means of maintaining barrage charges, because I could kill this boss faster. I could kill a lot faster with the damage enchant. Yeah, I could kill her a lot faster.
Lord there at the end, wasn't she? Terrifying.
I like the part where she stopped talking.
Looking to do a Stabo dot contagion build. Would you recommend a secondary class? Sorry if you answered this already. Nothing to be sorry about. So, like, there's a few approaches for that, Ember. My Stabo Spore gun build kind of doubles as a contagion build if I swap out gear. So, you can do Spore Warden. I have a Claw Stalker, that's a Claw Stabo, melee dot build, that does contagion stuff. I have a Bone Carver, that's Stabo Grave, that's another contagion build, that does it through companions. You could kind of make it work with any of the combos. I would say that for contagion tech, Spellshot offers the least, unless you're doing Ambihextrous for, you know, 2 high hit count spells, but even then, that would be less effective than just running other things. I'd say Spellshot offers the least there. But you could make contagion work with anything. At this point, Barrage is debuffer for Wrath of Nature. Am I wrong or not? I think you're right. Barrage doesn't do much damage. Like, this is a spell shot with a lot of gun damage. I could have more. Like, Magic Bullets doesn't work on Barrage, so if I swap this out for a gun damage ring, and then I picked up some ability damage, not that I don't already have some in skill tree, like this skill was even buffed. But now the Barrage no longer Spore fuses, its lack of formula kind of is even more apparent. Barrage doesn't do much damage. It is not a primary damage source outside of leveling. Show this build? Sure, Tough Nation. It's Spore Warden down to Capstone, Spell Shot down to high thread count. There's a lot of skill points that don't mean anything here. So it's pretty open-ended. But the big part is we're using a Chain Lightning Fear Knot. With Spore Fuse, and we got area damage on our armor. That's actually the most important thing. The area damage on armor is more important than anything else in this spec, other than the fact that this is a Chain Lightning Fear Knot. The enchantment, not hugely impactful. The element, not hugely impactful. My ward doesn't really mean much. My rings are interchangeable with lots of other stuff. My amulet isn't even the one I want to use. My spell is just utility. My melee weapon is a personal choice of I like having the reload speed, move speed from peg leg when I'm delivering my echo. There's a lot of flexibility with this. Ability doesn't proc Spore Fuse anymore. Spore Fuse was changed to be gun only. If you read it, it no longer says gun and ability. Spore Fuse is just gun now. So play the angles and Barrage don't trigger it anymore. It is just a gun enchant. You still need to use Barrage. You still want to hit with Barrage to apply Wrath of Nature, but Barrage doesn't trigger it anymore. Hey, Lagoon, thank you so much for the 18 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Weapon recommendation, I can't speak, excuse me, for running and gunning build do you have? There's kind of too many to list. But some of my personal favorite guns, Rikus, are the Last Rites, the Antique Great Bow of the used variety, Carouser, Heckwaiter, Queen's Cry got a big buff, that'll be good if you have spell damage in your spec. Auto Magic's good. I've been using the Skeet Prod. It requires a bit of investment, but it's working out well. White Rider is amazing. Change still makes me sad. I see why they did it. Spore Fuse was performing to a degree that other gun enchants weren't. And it still is, but now just for gun damage. Now, I don't think Barrage needed a reduction in power, but remember that people were doing stuff like using Spore Fuse on other action skills by doing a Barrage and then swapping to something else. I don't think they wanted people doing that. So I think that was the target of that change. Escape Rod makes ammo go bye-bye. Barba Load mitigates that a lot. Excuse me.
Did you make this ward yourself?
Did I make the cosmic
Barba Load restores ammo when it triggers. So,
time in life itself?
that helps fight it. Play the angle Spore Fuse could also be the reasoning. Right. That's definitely a big part of it as well.
Those imaginary waters. Hungry
Hey Rohit, how you doing? Liquid cooling? Yeah, liquid cooling is amazing. If you've ever been a fan of the liquid cooling, it is literally stronger than it's ever been. Heard Barba Load ammo effect breaks after first proc, is that true? Dunno.
witches and
I've seen it trigger multiple times in a row for me, Tub Nation, so if there is a bug, it's more complex than that.
countless threads of fate and
Lazy's Ruby Spike build looks fun as hell. The interesting thing about that is Lazy doesn't even find it fun. It's just, it's extremely efficient. If you find that to be fun, then yeah. But it's basically just his good gun build with a Ruby Spite slapped on. That gun is just crazy. If you were familiar with the replay, the Atlas replay in Borderlands 3, Ruby Spite is basically that with less steps and no hazard to the user.
one nearby. And they have a clearer vision of this situation than I do. Use your expertise to find out which secrets.
Typical roleplay min-max build, yeah. Good way of putting it.
One of them has dropped a list of ingredients. Shall we take a look? It
Is that area damage enchant? Which one is that? I can't see the list. There's 2 area damage enchants.
goblin beans.
If I remember correctly, both go in gun slot. One is action skill end, 5 seconds of area damage and spell radius. And I think there's a second one, I don't remember what it is.
See the mind
It might just be the one.
mess. Only a wild imagination could concoct such twisted things. Go.
I'll get some work done later, so I'll take it easy, Pragmatic. You have a good one. Appreciate you hanging out.
Wait before the sky!
Thought you were running Spore Fuse? I am. I said area damage on armor earlier. I am running Spore Fuse. Area damage here. There's three places to get area damage. Here, here, or if you're a Berserker, here. That's approximating Ancient Fury's spot in the skill tree. I'm not a Berserker, so I have to get it from either Gun Enchant or Armor. I'm running Spore Fuse, so I have to get it from Armor. Other enchant is on gun after gun kill. That'd be pretty good for the setup too, honestly. My only purple weapons? There is no legendary equivalent to any of these. I'm not using these because they're purple, I'm using them because of what they do. Rarity in these games does not equal performance. Something being blue or purple or orange does not necessarily tell you whether it's desirable or not. It's about what that item does.
There's no fun without Fun Gus. He was annoying. He rested in peace.
Legendary fear now would be terrifying. Yeah. May need more money for more ammo storage. Do I have max SDUs? What's max pistol ammo? I feel like it is 1200. I feel like I have max.
Three things in life. Coin.
The reason why I have that body rocker equipped is because
You'll need to draw the
ammo
alpha
management.
out of hiding to get the ripest.
Using only lightning bolt chucks, even though I'm very efficient with them and you know, killing 1 to 2 enemies per chuck, sometimes more. Eventually you do run out. So that's why I have that shotgun. And sometimes you miss. And get no kills.
A big ripe one's coming.
I blame you.
Now I should also mention that mag size makes your chucks less efficient. It doesn't increase the damage in the way you'd expect, but you are still throwing away more ammo. So the mag size passive on my amulet is actually hurting me right now. I'm just using it anyway because the stats from primordial spell power and fire damage are worth it.
Goblins are has-beens now.
Primordial ring. Sniper crit damage. You know I'm taking that. That's so funny. This formula have been fully figured out, at least for non-shotguns. For this in particular, yeah, the formula for lightning bolts. I know Sen did that. Most legendary Fury reloads aren't good because they change it too much. Divergent, Shadowfire, Throwable Holes reloads aren't as good, though they are cool looking. Throwable Holes can be okay in mobbing. I do want to still try building around Shadowfire. I gotta remember to do that. SMG chucking just isn't very good unless they're shooting. Fragment Rain can at least roll as Hydras, so that's something. But yeah, Swordering is terrible. Never get that one. Shotgun chucking in general is just kind of terrible. Get primordial white items too often. They don't eat up your drops or anything like that. That's just not how it works. I've seen some people suggest, oh, just make no more white and green primordial items. Like, that doesn't do anything. Because it's a case-by-case basis. Like, the fact that this is chaotic does not mean that my next legendary can't be chaotic or anything. It's rolled completely independently. As far as these items are concerned, they don't know each other exist. So, yeah. Gluttony's Reload is good. Gluttony's Reload is good. But it's just a dagger storm. It's not, like, unique. Gluttony's got other stuff happening that makes it unique. It's just a dagger storm.
Let's get casting and blasting.
And Dagger Storm formula is mildly cursed, I guess would be how I'd put it. Small inquiry, how does a time skip work? So you channel it and you snap your fingers several times throughout. Each time you snap, you spawn a projectile. When you release, you send all the projectiles at the target you're looking at. They may or may not home in on enemies, I don't remember. Except a Pixie Bloodshot, but even then, yeah, like, yeah, even then, it's, compare that to Fear Not Pixies. Like, you can get a Bloodshot with Chain Lightning module as well, but the formula sucks, so it does less damage than this. Despite having higher potential card damage, the formula sucks. And also, you're chucking more ammo away, so you can do it less frequently. It's a slower reload time, so your chucks take longer. They have a wider splash radius, so you're more likely to down yourself.
The recipe says, now that you've caught crabs,
And it's harder to get a Bloodshot with parts you'd actually want
recipe must
for chucking than it is to get a Fear Not with parts you'd actually want. Hey Denalia, how you doing?
step carefully. The trolls here pride themselves on the size of their bone piles. But as my cellmate Hagatha Swampface always said, you can't make bone meal without cracking bones.
Oh, I need to switch to this.
Bones ideally, not yours. Give those bone piles a shake and see what happens.
Saved by a mushroom. Conclave will never let me live this down. At least you're some use. Simple geometry.
Every day's a grind, isn't it? At this point, you've broken more bones than you've broken sweat.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Such a solid spread for a ×18 shoddy. Yeah, body rockers are sick. Rumpy Pumpies are an even tighter spread. That's a funny combination of words. Rumpy Pumpies go up to ×13, and it's like even more narrow. Non-uniques in general are just good.
Fortnite rubbish. Died nicely though.
You're making quick work of these. Cute skeletons bone snacks instead of bone meat.
There we go.
That's the whole list of ingredients. It's time to see the mind behind all this.
Now that's the good stuff.
Glenn, you have a second? Can you show the card damage for that body rocker? Sure. Morning Control. How you doing? English and rumpy pumpy is an old slang phrase for sex. Yeah. That translates pretty well. Yeah, you've got the rumpy pumpy, you've got the ding dong, you got the body rocker. You know, the Torg weapons just have those names. Boot knocker.
I see an invitation to dinner.
You're in hot water now, gooseberry fool. You brought me everything
She was out of her gourd.
Just okay. Glad to be there, here though as always. Yeah, I feel you. Same page.
I like
Same
the part when
page.
she stopped talking.
Primordial times 18. Excuse me, body rocker. 242. Not the element I want that in, but can't complain.
Looking at this mirror makes me hungry.
Me, alright, I rotate characters after my next amalgam drop 8 runs later. I should do some of that. I want this Barbalode though. Favorite Torg gun is the Coxcomb. This boss is very stingy with the drops. Yeah, I've only gotten drops from her a couple times. Maybe 5 times total. I'd even argue that she should always give one. More than one, maybe. I just want a Barbalode, chat. Do I really have to go fetch one from another character? Is that really what's happening?
From what I've seen, you like those a lot. Enjoy.
How we doing? We doing, Mr. Adblock, we doing.
This is.
I've no doubt you'll find a way to decimate more baddies.
Of course it's a Bolt Lash. Disappointing spell. Especially with how annoying that fight is. Yeah, most builds are not going to trivialize it like this build can.
I knew it would be a ward. It just felt like a ward kind of day.
Did you make this ward yourself?
Did I make cosmic
I was having a drop in a Borderlands series game. Think of what the BL2 fans would say. Fuck them.
frames, time, even life itself?
I don't give a flying fuck what they say. Stands, right. Fans are different from stands. Enjoying a game does not make you unreasonable. It is the rabid fan base, the rabid portion of the fan base that thinks everything else is and always will be inferior, making bad faith suggestions for game design choices that leads to situations like this, where you can't get items. This isn't rewarding, this isn't fun. Alright, let me check my missed answer. I have like 3 different Barbalodes. Let me see what I'm working with. Liked better when we never got drops and only one build could play at the highest difficulty level. Right. True gaming.
It's dangerous out there.
Poison Berserker. Dark Magic Clawbringer. Poison would help my Spore Fuse damage. Sure, transfer over that one. Seen Ready Player One? I have. Wyvern Ring would be enjoyable as well. Well, more raid bosses and less loot drop, also why game hard. Buff everything cause game too hard, but also game too easy. Give real raid bosses that don't fight back. If you unleash all your characters in Wonderlands, might be like that last scene. It'd be entertaining.
No fiend high or low shall drive me from this place.
The community is the real raid boss. Certainly feels like it sometimes. Okay, so we got a Barbaload from the other character. At the very least, we'll be more ammo efficient with this one. Because we won't be chucking away an extra 30% mag per chuck. We'll be squishier, lose the spell shot power, lose the fire damage, but oh well. I need to make some inventory room. Don't want that live wire, get it out of my sight. Bloodneeds are only chaotic, don't need those. It's a ×1 Wire Rider, no thank you. Asses got lost in chat. Every DLC increased backpack space by, or bank space by 100, backpack by 5. As much as I want that, they've got issues to sort out with the bank before I would trust an increase. But backpack increase, yeah, for sure. Don't understand what the miasma armor is for. Dot chance doesn't apply contagion. Contagion requires a dot to be applied. So you will never have a dot. You will never have contagion if you don't first go through something else dot-wise. So everything has a status effect application chance. From this Fear Not, for example, 17%. Status effect chance improves that rate. And since the armor gives both chance and damage, as it opens up more dot sources from shittier guns, it also makes the ones you're using more consistent. %30 additive or multiplicative though? With what? Remember, additive and multiplicative mean nothing without context. It's 30% of 6% is shit. How many places can you get status effect chance? And also keep in mind the armor does more than one thing. And that's assuming you use something with 6% chance. Headcannon, I believe, has a 45% status effect chance. And that's per instance of damage. That doesn't include the unique effect, so it has two chances at 45%. So, you know, another 30% of 45 is more noteworthy. Your armor also increases dot damage. It does. Keep in mind, a status effect chance increase is better than not having a status effect chance increase when you're doing status effect builds. I'll remind that the only reason status effect builds on Amara in Borderlands 3 felt so good and so consistent is because Amara had the highest status effect chance on top of her skill giving her damage and duration. Because Moe's could have harder ticking dots. She just couldn't do it consistently. Because she didn't have the chance for it.
Hope that works out for you.
Not sure it's worth sacrificing Panemisium or Plate Mill. It's another option. I personally would still always go Panemisium, but if I wanted to start dot chains with a different element, then Miasmatic Mail would be the play.
No holding back.
Wish my game would stop running like shit.
Oi! Thanks for that.
Should have grabbed the ammo altar. Oh well. Grab one of the future ones. Violent Tapestry was really an unsung hero. Yeah. In terms of status effect chance sources in this game, we have, what, Caustic or Diamond Guard. Those are exclusive with each other, you have to choose. Miasmatic Mail, and an enchantment. That's it. Two enchants. One is damage and duration, the other one is damage and chance. So, one enchant. And one is action skill start, the other one is action skill end.
Fallen fresh.
So you cannot, for example, have them both active with From the Shadows, unless you decide to not take any class power. Neck has status, doesn't it? Yes, you're right, Shag. Neck as well. Amulet passive. That's the other place. You get damage or chance there. Or, you know, 1 and 1. Some ways to make Claw tankier. Healing from gear. Or from your other multi-class. So you could multi-class into Graveborn for healing. I wouldn't recommend that, because it makes your gearing harder formula-wise. You could run a Fortifying Sigil. You could run the healing at low health enchant on Ward. Marshmallow spell for healing.
Thanks for the reload.
You could run various sources of dark magic for healing through that. Sigils to prevent the damage from occurring in the first place. Have your Mushroom Companion tank for you if you are a Spore Warden as well. Use a Counter Feint Ward to tank for you. Those are just spitball ideas. Harbinger Amulet with Hammer Throw for shield tanking. On a short cooldown.
Simple geometry. Fulminate. Oh!
2 more damage, not worried about survivability? Yeah, that's an option.
Can't wait to throw some
It's been a
spells.
while since I've seen you use a build not struggle with the bunny puzzle. Yeah, I play a lot of weird builds, and this is less weird, more straightforward. Harbinger sounds fun. Gotta have my shield every hammer throw. Important thing to remember with that is you need a very high shield capacity for that to be at all worthwhile. So that's gonna kind of make having a high chaos tier ward more important. It also doesn't hold up great in situations where enemies do enough damage that your ward can't keep up anyway. Harbinger also has a forced shield capacity passive in one of its 2 slots, which means that it will provide you less damage than any other amulet can. So that's something to keep in mind if you're having trouble with damage. I got a Kevin under my desk. What are you doing, cat? But ME2 reference. We are Harbinger. It is one of my favorite Red Text items. Just because I'm a huge Mass Effect 2 fan. Sorry, I didn't hear your answer. Which is better for Contagion, stat chance or stat damage? So priority 1 with Contagion is getting your status effect damage to 100% or higher. 101%, I suppose, technically. Ooh, Primordial Fingertip Pulse Oximeter. Spell radius, spell damage, spell crit damage. Sure. Definitely found a use for that. Priority 1 is getting your status effect damage to over 100%, and then from there, chance improves your consistency if you're using any sources that aren't already a guaranteed dot. So if your main dot of choice is Alchemical Agent, then chance isn't going to be as important. But most other sources of dots, chance is still going to be huge for you. Chance is consistency, whereas damage is peak. You don't need that much peak once you break that 100% threshold. You can break that 100 by having 5 to 5 potent poisons, max wisdom, and then 1 additional source, whether that's a passive on amulet, or a caustic hilt, or an enchantment. That's enough to break the 100 threshold. More is still better, but at that point you start weighing versus chance, depending on what your dots are.
At least you're some use. Explode!
How much does potent poisons do? Look at the card. I don't understand the question.
Get stuck.
And Celissa, when your PC's performing like shit, is just kind of awful. 5 frame rate boss fight. Yeah, we one phase. What interactions does it enable? It's status effect damage and duration. If you care about your status effects, like, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you're doing damage to status effects and you want that number to be bigger, or if you want them to last longer, you potent poisons. Max hero points and where again? Potent Poison skill is 20% at 5 out of 5. Hero points with all collectibles, assuming Village Idiot, is another 60%, so that takes you to 80. And then from there, you need 21% more at least. Caustic hilt is 30%. Diamond Guard hilts at 5 hits is 50%. But I tend to prefer Caustic anyway. Caustic also gives chance on the side, which is noteworthy. Passives on amulets are up to 40% each at Primordial. So you just need either an amulet passive or an enchantment or a Caustic hilt once you have Potent Poisons and Max Wisdom. Primordial double roll on status with Wisdom will do it on its own. Yeah, even that's overkill. Because Potent Poisons is 20. So, double Primordial plus, might be more than 40% each for Primordial, by the way. I just don't happen to remember offhand. I think it's like 89, actually. Something crazy. For a double roll. Well, let's assume 80, because I don't remember offhand. And then 60 from Wisdom and 20 from Potent Poisons. So, well over what you need to get Contagion rolling. That's why I think you can make an argument for going 1-1 on your amulet. One and one chance and damage. If you were able to pick. No. It's more of a situation of get whichever one you can.
Luck of bad choices. Dead all the same.
Raised by Elves, I believe, plus a Caustic Handle will put you at 102%. Yeah, Raised by Elves ends up being less damage in practice, because Village Idiot Omega Lull, but yeah, Raised by Elves gives you a little more. Because it gives you a bonus, and Village Idiot gives you a penalty, so a net of, like, a lot more. But the crit damage for Village Idiot is still more in practice.
I've got all the magic I need. I'll run for an active return.
Oh. That was on boss. Actually, I'll just stick with the fire one. Yeah, the fire one was way better. What are the sources for additional elements in this game? Plate mail, elemental damage boost, and chaos chamber. Bonus elements. Buffmeister, imbued weapon, double knot, oath of fire, oath of thunder. Enrage, Reaper of Bones, Chaos Chamber, Altar, Corrupted Plate Mail, Bad Egg for melee, Spirit Rune for shock damage. Body Rune can also do that, but... The fireworks at melee now? No. It's a gun bonus element. Action skills on spell shot? What do you mean, Irish?
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Everybody use Ambihex? No. Not everybody does. I know Viper uses Polymorph. Lazy uses Polymorph. I use Polymorph. I'm literally playing a spell shot right now that is using Barrage.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
Coil up. I don't feel like doing that attack. It's fine. It's fair. There we go.
Looks like magic back on the menu.
Oh, it's Polymorph. Ambic's boring. It can be boring to just use the same action skill all the time. So I always change it up. Polymorph with Burr Cap's extremely fun. Yeah.
Take some shiny stuff and go, okay?
Elemental Blast? What do you mean, Rohit? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Does Mind Rune work all the time? Could you expand on that? Spell you're using? Eruption. Colliding Eruption. It's there for knockback. Not really for killing things, it's just there for knockback. It does things like knock Iclops down, so I don't have to deal with them. It doesn't proc sometimes when you cast a spell. I don't know. I mean, it's not very good, so, like, it doesn't really matter to me, but I can't speak to the consistency of the functionality of the Mind Rune. It might have an internal cooldown. Give me 1 second, chat. I gotta run to the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. What am I rolling for right now? I guess I do still want that Boilermaker, and that Sermon. Oh, I did manage to get, yesterday, while I was watching Lazy Farm Amalgams, I got a Primordial Ski Prod, chat. It's not max damage, but it is the max crit roll. Hey Micro, how you doing? Stays approx under a nearby enemy. So on unlisted distance, I notice sometimes it'll miss not path correctly, simply not proc to the distance. Ah, good to know. Same build from yesterday. This is a different one. This is a different one. This is one I made in like the second week of the game, around throwing Lightning Bolt Fear Knots. So this is a different build. I just hadn't played it in a while, so we're kind of brushing it off, updating it. Yeah, Primordial Ski Prod ends lives. It's so good. We'll play a little bit of that at some point. So max damage Ski 938. That sounds right. I want to say mine's in the 800s. With the second crit part that's mutually exclusive with the maximum damage part. So, yeah. Yeah, I want to say that sounds right, kind buds. Movement speed enchant on a Red Hellion's interesting, but it's non-Ellie. I have a Primordial non-Ellie already, so I'm like, meh. Primordial Hawken. 4.2k damage, holy. That's my first Primordial Hawken. That's nice. Enchant season on Lightning Bolts, Spore Fuse at the moment. You could make a strong case for this enchant instead. The action skill and area damage spell radius, or the one on gun kill area damage spell radius. Any of those three would be ideal. Oh, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Eon Epic. I appreciate it. A question about your build yesterday. I know you're using Soak in your armor, you just applying elements with your spell and your gun. So when I use Cape of Tides, it's when I'm using a cryo or a lightning gun, specifically.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
And because Cape of Tides will trigger, or has a chance to trigger on any crit you do, any dot tick, any shot, any individual projectile of my multi-projectile guns, all of that has a chance to trigger Soaked. And then Soak lasts for like 10 seconds, 12 seconds, something like that. So it's very automatic at that point. So I just use my spell for, you know, back pocket damage. And focus on my gunplay. I want to do another run of the featured on this build, but then I can go over to that build, if you'd like me to. And I want to show off that Primordial Ski Prod I got anyway, so. I think it's 8 on the armor, 10 on guns. Does the armor do something like extend soak duration? Or was that a fever dream, did I imagine? I don't have a Cape of Tides on me. Volatile Love Leopard. I think I already have one. Also, that's expensive. Okay, so remember what I was saying about how Bloodshot chucks just aren't great? So this is a non-chaotic Bloodshot ×1 with Lightning Bolt. Not Chain Lightning, sadly, but you can't win them all. But this is like, on the surface, good damage. Because you compare it to... Let's be super unfair. Let's compare it to this Primordial Fear Knot. Now, obviously, I don't have the best parts on this, and a non-Ellie would be higher, but by Primordial Fire Fear Knot, matching elements here, it is less than 200 damage different, despite being 6 levels above, so a Primordial Bloodshot would be massively more card damage. But the problem is the formula is different. chuck formula for shotguns is terrible. So, like, they just don't do well. And also, they consume ammo a lot faster, proportionally. They throw slower. They are more hazardous to your own health because the splash radius is bigger. Allergies. Shotgun chucks just aren't good. It's sad. Lululemon says the soak duration doesn't get extended. Weird. Yeah, it doesn't affect my usage of it. Trying to use parts of your build for a handbow build that I have because I love that gun. Yeah, after this run, I will use my other builds. So we can show that off. That was an easy first roll. Yeah, let's roll this body rune to... Okay, so I would totally use this enchantment, and this one pisses me off. I knew a guy named Shotgun Chuck, nice. This enchantment, at least based on my testing I did a while ago, does not trigger on any action skill that is not named Polymorph. Seems kinda stupid. Because, like, Ambihextrous doesn't do anything action skill related, so that makes sense. But I would love if this would trigger off of Barrage. It's 20% reload speed and a stack of spell weaving. That'd be really nice, but, like, I can't do that. Now, I'm still vaguely hopeful that it was just a bad test and it does work. But I'm not really in a hurry to revisit that. Which y'all think's harder to get, times 2 liquid cooler and times 18 body rocker? Times 18 body rocker for sure. Liquid cooling has a dedicated drop source, body rocker does not. Simple as that. Also, it's only one part to get times 18 body rocker. Or, no, one part to get times 2 liquid cooling, rather, excuse me. But it's a combination of multiple parts to get a times 18 body rocker. And even getting the times 18 body rocker is not getting the good one. You could argue the same with times 2 liquid cooling, but there's fewer parts that change on liquid cooling. And also getting a Chaotic Shadowfire, a spellcast ability, damage increase in second slot of all vendors. So the thing with that, Handsome Sultan, is if you get a legendary in your vendor, if you luck into one, it'll show up in all the vendors of that area, so that you don't miss it. It's like a anti-frustration mechanic. Because could you imagine if one vendor in your whole map had a legendary, and you just didn't check that one? So it'll just show up in all of them, if you got in any of them.
Let's see how you handle it.
We'll do all elites on this one. Wish the sticky bonus would show even with enchants on. Yeah, there's a few things that disappear. It no longer shows you your sticky multiplier. It no longer shows you your Stoker underbarrel. There's another big thing that disappears. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. Sometimes chucking modules. It doesn't show those either. Now, at least with the chuck modules, you can go into the part inspect screen and figure it out pretty quickly. Or you just look what the fucking thing does. But you don't have that option with the Torgue stickies. There's no way of knowing without using the save editor to remove the enchant or memorizing the part set. Why though it can fit? I don't know why. It did that in Borderlands 3 as well. People found it weird there too. I don't know why.
Barely broke a sweat.
Amalgam, not a good one. Like, it's volatile. Gun crit chance, fire rate's a nice combo, all damage is good. But these skills are not it. Follow up cringe, yeah.
Unstoppable!
Lived with 102 health. Beautiful. That's why I like the Colliding Eruption. Gives me time to set up on enemies like that. Indirect survivability. And aim assist.
Spells are spent! Fully stop! Let's make this interesting! Ha!
101 more than you need. Chuck Pistol's pretty good. Yeah, thermal. I really enjoy the Chain Lightning Chucks, because they're more interactive than the other Furior Chucks, right? Like Pixies and Shreks, you just kind of don't do much. Even Dagger Storms, you just kind of don't do much. But Lightning Bolt Chucks, you do have to aim, and they don't get utterly absurd formula, so it does require a threshold to investment.
This. Like rain! Only sharper!
Like, it's just the same formula you get from, you go for the same boost you'd use for splash guns with this. You're just also throwing a lot more ammo. Try to see how much damage you can do with Barrage yet. Not in some time. Basically, Barrage isn't very good, damage-wise. Would be the most direct way of putting it. So, like, Barrage has a good base formula. It has gun damage boosts, it has class power, it has ability damage boosts, but it doesn't get area, it is not elemental, and as of the last patch, it no longer triggers the Spore Fuse enchant. So basically, Barrage is in the situation where it's just an activation key against most things. You're using it to apply a debuff, you're using it to turn on enchantments, you're using it to trigger Harbinger, etc. It's not really for damage at endgame anymore. Even with max investment, you can make any other action skill do more total damage than a Barrage. I'd even go as far to say that it's probably possible to get more damage out of Cleansing Flames than Barrage, in terms of direct damage. Because Cleansing Flames has a much better formula. Did Zane's Cannon? No, because Mantis Cannon could be made to one-shot, like, raid boss HP enemies with some investment, Jester. Now, is that a product of Zane just kind of having everything? Yeah, but it's still something you can do. In fact, I think I still have, like, the 4th or 3rd place time on Zane Trial of Supremacy, and I got that time by using Mantis Cannon to one-shot the boss with a dot. And my preferred Guardian takedown strat for diadems in the True Guardian takedown on my Hustler setup is to use Mantis. Because it's fast and does enough damage. Let me to clarify, Zane's Cannon is the most common player usage. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, did I forget to delete this room? I totally did. Oops. It's more like a Mars 1 skill. You could make Reverberation and Tandaba variants of Phase Cast do very good damage. You could make Phase Slam and Fracture do good damage. Downfall was completely terrible and couldn't kill anything, so maybe that one. But it wasn't good for activating things either, because it had a 47-second cooldown and an enforced duration. Holy reload speed. Never find a good hustler, got sick of farming for it. Understandable. Yeah, there you go, Handsome Sultan. Thank you, Rune. Can you sort of bypass the no element with Enrage? That doesn't make the Barrage elemental, it adds a bonus element on top of it that is elemental. You'd still, like, this itself is still white damage numbers. I think Barrage should have been an element. Like, Barrage itself, I wish it was either Poison or Cryo. It would help its base out a lot. Do I have a Cryo one? I feel like I do have a Cryo one. I do. I guess the base damage of the fire one is just brute forcing this to a ridiculous degree. Yeah, my fire one is just like really good. Okay. Because I think my cryo one is better crossbolts unless I equip the wrong one. Yeah, like that has the better crossbolts and everything. Poison feels fitting. I feel like Poison is the one element no class leans into. Yeah, Spore is the one that has the most like claim to it, because Spore Fuse, the Mushroom Cloud, you know, Spores. But they just kind of didn't do that. Tried to play a split screen Wonderlands with my wife last night. I forgot how awkward it is to play split screen to the smaller item cards and everything being so small on the screen. Yeah, I don't think I could play split screen the way I did in my childhood anymore. It's just too... Well, maybe I'm picky now. I need to test the thing. Need an enemy that doesn't move like that. Man, I'm testing a thing. God damn it, stop it. Whatever. I'll do a more controlled test of that. Barbaload is always gun damage? I feel like Barbaload's always gun damage. Because it looked like I was getting Spore Fuse off of the Barbaload, which I was triggering with Barrage, which is not gun damage. So that's interesting info. And that has implications about some other things. I think that might mean that Ruby's Spite checks for damage source gun, not for the gun itself. But that's a theory based on that. It's gonna require its own testing. Gets gun increases? Yeah. Cool. So, Barbaload, apparently, when used with the Ruby Spite, triggers the Ruby Spite gimmick, which implies that Ruby Spite doesn't care what kind of gun gets the kill as long as you are holding the Ruby Spite and something that counts as a gun gets the kill. When Raging Cyclops, busting up their eye. So I'm seeing a boss ring or a dungeon ring worth using. Rings have a lot of part variants. The reason why they changed rings, like they buffed 6 and nerfed 3, is to squish the gap between them. So you can kind of just use whatever ring gets the stats you want. You don't need to stress too much about which kind it is. Just like go for best stats. Even if it's a condition you can't quite meet, like low ammo or low HP or something, the stats are still going to be the most important thing. Zomboss do be kind of tanky though. I gotta actually hit Zomboss in the fucking crit spot, that's my problem right now. Pet? Oh, Pet just decided to stop reviving me. That's cool. Gotta actually hit it in the crit spot. Trying to do that the other day, got a ton of crits and still wasn't raging it based on damage dealt to the eye. I don't know the exact mechanics other than like bust up the eye. That's always underestimate Zomboss. She hits hard, legitimately. It's just she often melts before she can do anything. But if she doesn't, then it does relevant damage.
Let's get casting and blasting!
Pet? You gonna save me this time? Fuck. Yeah, aiming for crits. You can grip for your reloads? Yeah. And this skill here, Headhunter, gives you a very large damage boost on anything capable of interacting with crit spots. So that is not just guns, that's also Ice Spike spells, that is Lightning Bolt reloads, that is Barrage. aiming for the crit spot is rewarding. That's why I never take off my sigil. Yeah, I should probably use a sigil. But I get annoyed by the bug where sometimes it blocks your own projectiles. If that happens with this build, then the lightning bolt blows up in my face and kills me. I don't want to deal with that. Hate the shroom in this game way worse than Spider Ant. Yeah, it's somehow less intelligent than Flak Pets, and that's just sad. Skill set gun damage though, so it would affect ice spikes. It says gun damage, it's not being entirely truthful. The damage type that this gives is conditional damage. Now, what it checks for is dealing damage to a crit area, and most things can't do that. The primary thing that can is guns, so that's why they phrased it that way. But there are several things that can still interact with crit spots that get this bonus, those being ice spike spells, among some other spells. Barrage action skill can do that. Fury or lightning bolts can do that. It's a some things thing. Like, for example, something that can't get Headhunter is melee weapons. At least to my knowledge. You have a build guide for Clawbringer by any chance? Struggling a bit with damage at the upper cast ranks. Which kind of multi-class are you going for, Fallen Bob? There's lots of things Clawbringer can do. I have a Clawbringer build I've been playing, but depending on your multi-class, I can recommend various things. Clawbringer Berserker. Lazy Data has a build, a Hammer Berserker build, that multi-class combo, that I generally just recommend for that. It's a solid gun build. It's on his YouTube. I can vouch for that. Ramen, how you doing? Good to see you. Doing pretty good. Hey, I'm happy to hear that. How's chucking? Chucking's great. The lightning bolt chucks are fun. What else was I rolling for? Alright, launchers. I'm gonna switch to the Skeet Prod setup after this run, but I do have ideas of how I want to continue gearing out this. Extra projectile arcane bolt. Nice. I'll have to check this out. Yeah, Spore down to cap, Spell Shot down to high threat count. Been considering changing up some stuff. Like, I might be able to justify dropping Play the Angles and one other point, and then I might be able to pick up some Double Knot to help out my spell. Especially if I switch to that Ice Spike that I got on the other build. Having Headhunter and Double Knot on an Ice Spike would be really big for hitting enemy crit spots. So I might mess around with that. Play the Angles is just there for my backup weapons, like this. Started playing Stab with a different build. This is a different build, Thermal. This is a different build. This is my Lightning Bolt chucking build that I've not played in some time. I kind of brought it back today. It's one of the first builds I made for the game. And it's held up well. I haven't even changed out much of the gear. I just threw a barber load on it. And everything else is the same. For using Soaked on your other build, what armor you suggest? Depending on the weapon, my suggestion will change. I'm about to play the build, so I can give you a rundown while I play it. But for example, if you're using a weapon that has on-hit effects that you want to get more of, such as the head cannon, with its explosion on crit, Corrupted Plate Mail is a good bet, because it allows certain on-hit effects to have an additional instance, or an additional chance to trigger, depending on what it is. So for example, if you have a Plate Mail on, and you swing a melee weapon, The main portion of damage, which is the 70%, that has a chance to trigger Blast Chill, but the 30% portion that's been converted by Corrupted Plate Mail, that also has a chance to trigger Blast Chill. Now, the damage will be reflective of which portion actually triggered Blast Chill, but it's still more potential Blast Chills, and there's lots of other effects that work like that. So for more play the angles, and more headcanon explosions and such, I use Corrupted Plate Mail. Now, if I'm using a weapon that is neither cryo/shock nor has notable on hits, then what I'll tend to use instead is the best amalgam I can get my hands on. Diamond or steel gauntlets would also be good for that purpose. If you're shooting a gluttony specifically, then there's an argument for Deathless for consistency. Been playing with handbow. I've never used plate mail with handbow, so I'd probably have to try it out. Ludite's trying. But that sounds like that'd be a good play. Amalgam would be good for you as well. Somebody told me new pistol's better than Ludite. Well, the new pistol is not supposed to be available yet, so I've not used it, and I don't have an opinion there. If people have it, they've either bypassed hotfixes and done some shit early, or they've save edited. Hey Foster, hard day for many today. Get many chances to spread love today. Just want to wish you and chat good things. Yeah, same to you. Definitely a hard day. The tone is a little low energy today. I just can't bring myself to be as animated. Thinking about too much. But yeah, thanks for spreading the love. Always appreciate it. Didn't realize that? Yeah, the shield and the pistol are not actually in the loot pool. So, people talking about those items, well, they self-reported. So these are my ski prods. I got a Primordial last night, 853. This is the second highest damage roll. And you can see the difference here. My Volatile one has one fewer crit part than my Primordial one. So I'm unsure which one is, like, optimal. Also, haha funny, 22 times zoom scope on a ski prod. I just find that funny. We're gonna do ski prod stuff now. I have 16,000 moon orbs, so I should use those. Pookies, I guess? Although, no, I think I'm happy with that enchant on the Pookies. What can I roll instead? The crossbow gen. I could definitely roll that as something else. Just chucking lightning bolts. Can you talk about how that interacts with skill tree? Damage. Lightning bolts are gun damage, elemental damage, area damage, just damage. You reload a lot, so spell shot reload helps. Magic bullets applies, just damage. Senior spell just reminded me I found a times 5 ice spike. Yo, let's go. 22 times zoom for when you want to crit the moon. It do be like that. So this is the ski prod. I've been really enjoying using this gun lately. Because it shreds. Much like what this game does to my PC, apparently. And it's also got a 0.8 second reload time. One of the fastest in the game. I don't know of anything that reloads faster than 0.8.
You're looking for trouble? You found it.
Hey Flash Bro, how you doing? Just eating breakfast? Nice, what you having? 8. Found a Primordial Corrosive Auto Magic yesterday, and I don't know what to do with it. Found a few Primordials yesterday, not much was good though. Auto Magic, just a good gun. You can just like mob with that. There's a new Sandhawk 3.0 right there, a Sawmill. Yeah, definitely a bullet hose variety sniper. And this is without even seeing what its gimmick is doing. This is just the gun performing on merit. The Skeet Prod creates arcs of lightning between enemies that you've shot with the Skeet Prod. So, like, see, I shot those two, and now they're arcing lightning to each other. That's noteworthy because that helps distribute Barbaload triggers. Also, might be relevant contagion tech. I've not looked into that bit though. And Skeet Prod, just first and foremost, does good damage. And the fact that it places crossbolts means that if Skeet Prod shot triggers a Barbaload from its own crossbolts, then it's functionally, you know, extra play the ankles. It being a sniper, it's got a good crit formula. Gun's just good. Yeah, it was a 169k. Nice. Skeet. Dark Magic Graveborn with all damage. Loot Luck. All damage is kind of redundant on Graveborn. Also, Loot Luck isn't a combat stat, but it was trying.
Before they hit the ground.
Hey Emily, how you doing? Good to see you. Ammo clip for snipers though. Nothing stops you from taking ammo alters in the runs. The first one is extremely cheap, and the second one, as long as you are hidden curses or elite rooms, will pretty much pay for itself. Just hit a couple early elite rooms, early curses, and you make it up very quickly. And then you're good on ammo. Barbaload helps mitigate ammo loss, at least briefly. There may or may not be a bug with that. I don't have the details on that. But it's not difficult to do a Skeet Prod only run, as long as you grab ammo alters. Haven't had a chance to try Skeet Prod yet. Every time I see you playing, I think it looks pretty fun. Yeah, it's very satisfying. A lot of burr. Super fast reload. Super high fire rate. Like, I'm reloading, and you can barely see it.
There's a chin in the air.
don't even have a huge amount of reload speed spec. Like, I have none on my amulet, where you could get some. I have a sniper reload ring here that I was messing around with for memes. I forgot I had this equipped. Because, like, this spell damage doesn't do anything for me. So let me switch back to a gun damage ring. Yeah, let me put a gun damage ring back on. I had the wrong gear on, by the way. So, like, this is it without that reload ring. It still goes that fast. I make it reload a lot faster. I have none in skill tree either. Neither Stabo nor Spore get any reload speed in tree. Berserker and Spell Shot do. Skeepless Pipe Leg is crazy. Yeah. We'll do Gloop. I'll show you guys a Gloop melt with the Skeet Prod. Which I must say is very satisfying. Alright, let me compare something real quick. Yeah. Wait, really? The game's trolling me. The Gloop thing can crash into this. I've never gotten the Loot Cyclops in this room before. That's such a troll. I hate loot enemies in this game. They just annoy you in various ways. Don't crash into it. Gloop sent that Loot Cyclops to stop you. It's not gonna work, Gloop. It's too late, your fate's sealed. That's a fast room. That is a paradigm. Free Blood Frenzy. Take them. I really did miss the Mark Loot enemies in this one. I'm never excited to see one. Yeah, like, at best, they make an annoying sound. At best. It's the nicest thing I have to say about them.
Objects back on the menu. Chew on this.
Trying to finish her with Ice Spike for style, but fine. Fuck you, Salisa. I won't style. Come on, dog, get up. What pistol was that? That was the Ludite. This one right here. Torg Ludite. Mine is Chaotic Cryo. Chaotic Ludite's only ×2 though. Still be pretty good. You'll probably be more pressured to get more shots out with a ×2 thermal. Is it still, what's the ammo cost of a ×2? Is it still 3 ammo per shot or is it 2? Hey Platinum Meal, how you doing? Hey Walnut, how's stream? Stream's okay. How you doing? I shoot it 4 times, I believe. If ×3 it's just not rolled well, so use this ×2. The ammo costs the same as projectile, ×2 is 2 ammo. Cool. Yeah, so 2 ammo per shot. Assuming it's the same mag. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's still pretty good. Pocket waved. Sniper's bad, by the way. Skeet Prod bad, by the way. Yo, Garwood. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? We're currently using the Skeet Prod because it's underrated. Thank you so much. My PC is also very unsatisfied with me lately, so don't mind the chop. Skeet Prod's nice for clutch save your soul moments also. Yeah, Vlad, it's really good for that. Sandhawk build, basically. Sniper rifle suck, by the way. Yeah, totally unusable. They all need buffs. Massive buffs. Could be better, new PB. Garwood, every time. Every time. Oh, it sucked. It could be better. PBs. Every time. Although, I suppose that mentality is what keeps the talented runners like Garwood going. Like, perfectionism. Look, I don't make the rules. Every time, dude. Every time. I'm glad you got a new PB. Oh, what's it looking like now? Still want that primordial liquid cooling. That's why I keep hitting the pistol bunny. There's not much else I'm looking for from pistol bunny. I guess I'd take more fear knots and Luddites. You know, good rolls preferably. 207-18 with plenty of mistakes. Ooh. You think sub 2 is at all feasible with current tech, or do you think that's too big of a jump, require new strats or something? Volatile Queen's Cry. A message. Primordial Thorn. New tech strats for sub 2, but sub 205 is my goal. Nice. Yeah, 2 minutes. You can do that. You can do that. And I know that's solely based on you saying that you have plenty of mistakes. For some people, that's like, yeah, I could save 30 seconds with all the mistakes I made. For you, it's like, oh yeah, I mean, I left like an hour on the table. You're an hour faster than everyone else. You still somehow left an hour. Like, Garwood's inhuman, if you guys haven't watched him. 201.30 is my sum of best. Yeah, that's filthy. What snipers do you use on stream that are DLC only? Might be none, but just wondering. There are no DLC snipers. All of them are base game. You would have thought he was trash, but the way he was talking about himself. Yup. Yup, sounds like Garwood. All snipers in this game are good, with the exception of the Khan. The Khan is the only sniper rifle, the only unique one in this game that isn't good. The Envy is decent to good. It'll perform less than the other snipers. The Skeet Prod is very good, but has a high ammo threshold of investment, and it's going to perform a lot better if you run a Barba load. And play the angles. Hey, Mole Man, I like this thing. The Ironsides is good. The Carouser and Great Bow are incredible. The Sawmill is incredible. The Drill's Fury is very good. Snipers are good in this game. Do another one. Reckon a segmented run could be sub 2. Neat. Yeah, that sounds cool. Sub 2 Borderlands 3. Wild.
What have we? I don't do warning shots. I did it. Ready to cast.
Sub 2 BL3 is just like 75% Eden 6. Shots fired. Accurate shots, but shots fired.
Ice bite.
Weird way to spell Typhon. Forgot to tell you, took your advice the other day on beating Drill, finally got him, score wins, now Chaos 11 I think, is pretty happy. Yo, congrats. That's a big milestone. As you can see, that Skeep Prod just slays. Like, doing elite rooms, all curses and shit, it's still just like, yeah, I'm gonna kill everyone, okay? Okay. Skeep Prod's amazing. You know, and I gotta give credit where credit's due. Epic NNG is the first person to tell me this gun's amazing. And I took a while to get around to it, and here we are.
Just as we practiced. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
When will someone come up with a Curse BL3 mod that changes all dialogue to Typhon talking about his sex life? Please. Please. No, I love that game. Please don't make me hate it. Is 6 points in Contagion a must on status builds? Haven't found armor with more than +2. I never see any crazy Contagion procs. Status damage 116%. What are you using to force the instances? 6 Contagion isn't really necessary. Like, I run 5 on my main dot setup. Yeah, I run 5. 6 isn't really a necessity. I believe my main dot setup is 5 with 130% status damage. It can vary based on what you're using to force the instances. For example, on that build that I mentioned, I personally shoot a White Rider, and that has a very high tick rate. I do that while my Graveborn Dark Hydras are applying dots, while my Snake Stick melee weapon hydras are applying dots. I have Blast Gasp and Stain of the Soul and Body Rune making my huge radius Singularity Eruption apply a bunch of dots. The Snake Stick Hydras are also doing Alchemical Agent for more dots. So it's about forcing a lot of instances. Really hate that my main character is spell shot in the first slot, so I can't change it. Hope one day they allow us to change the first slot too. I think it's not gonna happen, and I don't mind that you can't change the first slot, because we don't have the enforced, hey, do a new playthrough to experience this character that Borderlands games do. So, as a compromise, we can change half of our class identity, but only half. I feel that preserves the need for multiple playthroughs. Otherwise, like, legitimately, I'd just have 2 characters if I could change the primary class. I would just have endless copies of 2 characters. I think preserving some need of a playthrough is in the best interest of the health of the game. Not overdoing it in the way, for example, Borderlands 2 told you do playthroughs or die. I think this is a more moderate way of doing it. Making sure I took care of Fire Friend. Run a White Rider, Caustic Banshee, Livewire, 2 Shark Lesson Rings, a couple Stoker Tasers. Do you have a Body Rune? Body Rune helps a lot. Bonus elements in general help a lot. So things like Body Rune, Stain of the Soul, just extra instances in general, as I mentioned, like Blast Gasp. I'm all for making the climb less than 25 runs. Yeah, I hope that they minimize it more down the road. Like, if Chaos Cap goes up to 50, then I'd like it to maybe go up by 3s or 4s instead of currently 2s. Message is really good for status builds. Yeah. I think having to do all scrolls and poetry pages each time sucks, though. It's something that gets you doing stuff in the world. Like, if it all carried over, you wouldn't have much to do on a playthrough. Like, the world does noticeably feel empty without the need to go get dice, I will say. Fours at 50 would still be 25 runs. Nope. Bad math. Yeah, I think that is bad math. It's okay, I do it all the time, though. Picked up a Message Rainbolt the other day, I haven't tried them. Rainbolt, I personally don't like. This is a personal thing. I don't like having my hand locked down that long by a repeating spell. That's just me, though. you might find great success with it. I know some people vouch for inflammation for contagion builds. You give that a shot. OBS, give me my frames back. What are you doing? My computer can handle about 2.5 hours of streaming before OBS starts rioting. Use campaign challenges to level up characters after finishing the story. Yeah, overworld stuff, first time mirror runs, and collectibles are how I level characters after I finish the story as well. Here the chaos cap be raised with DLC 3 or 4. I feel like 3 seems the most likely, right? I just really don't want them to increase the level cap. I feel like that's the one thing that's kept me away from progressing in Borderlands games. Level cap increases have always hurt the games. I agree. 100% Wisp. Want to get my coffee thinking, seen any good builds that center on Graveborn action skills? Yeah, I've done a lot of Reaper of Bones stuff on the channel. Reaper of Bones, Berserker Graveborn, gun build is a favorite of mine. I've been doing Reaper of Bones pet stuff as well. Dire Sacrifice is bad at bossing but good at mobbing. So as long as you have something else available for bossing, you can do Dire Sacrifice builds. I think having the option to go by 3s, 4s is good, but you should still be able to go on 1s if you want. I'm okay with that, yeah. Love Reaper, it's my favorite shenanigans thing. It's so cool. There's so many cool things you can do with it. It's mechanically unique. If I were to start a new character, what's the best first slot class can be used with a lot of other classes? Berserker. Berserker is super flexible, well-rounded in general. The tree is great. The class feed is great. The action skills can be built around, even though I'd say Berserker has some of the probably less desirable action skills compared to other classes. But they're still enjoyable. Like, I'm just personally a huge fan of Feral Surge, even though it's not as directly good as something like Storm Dragon's Judgment or From the Shadows. I still enjoy it a lot.
Winter's Blade!
I forgot to delete that room. Damn it. Can a Graveborn build not be able to switch between action skills? You can switch. You can absolutely switch. So, like, you can make a Dire Sacrifice build that switches to Reaper of Bones on bosses, for sure. But the thing to keep in mind with that is that if you're building for Dire Sacrifice damage, you're making a lot of choices that do not help any other action skill. For example, having large HP pool is a big part of making Dire Sac do good damage. And large HP pool does nothing for any other action skill. Even Reaper. Remember, Reaper's drain is percentage based. Whether you're draining 1% of 10,000 HP or 1% of 5,000 HP doesn't matter. Because your healing is also percentage based. Tag multiple targets. See, when you elite enough rooms, enemies have enough HP that you actually need to, like, use the Ski Prod's gimmick. and I didn't prepare for that. That's fine. I deserve that death. Between pre-launch and post-launch, what's the biggest change in opinion you've had? What do you mean? Pre-launch, post-launch? Like, I mean, the enchantment system has changed quite a bit. The bricking thing, I think that's one of the most impactful changes. Really? Ow. I hate that barrier that Iclops get from the front. Once again, that was my fault, I'm stupid. You explain the rewards for making a room elite. Like, make a room elite, get more of the reward for that room or more luck per year. You get more crystals. Enemies in elite rooms drop crystals. Now, the more rooms you elite, the more impact each subsequent elite room will have. Like, these are level 46 enemies because I've elited several rooms. So, eliting 1 or 2 rooms, minimal in impact. You just get the reward, basically. But as soon as you start doing 3 or more in a run, the enemies get noticeably more dangerous because they get higher and higher levels. But you get more crystals for elite rooms, and more crystals means more gear of your choice at the end of the run as long as you can complete it. What have you changed your mind the most on? What have I changed my mind the most on? The balance of sniper rifles. I was very underwhelmed by sniper rifles early on, and then the more I use them, the more I'm like, hang on, I just need to actually build for these. Good job, Ski Prod. Must have gotten a con early. Since Storm Dragon's Judgment does melee damage, does its crit chance increase the melee crit chance, or ability crit chance? Melee crit chance. So, yeah, holding a melee weapon with high melee crit should increase the crit chance of Storm Dragon's Judgment appropriately. Which is a part of why I enjoy it so much on my my Clawstalker build, because I run a Twin Soul, which has a high base crit, with a bunch of melee crit stuff. So I'm basically hanging out, usually around 80% melee crit, which benefits Storm Dragon's Judgment quite a bit. Exactly, his ability crit chance boost. Things with damage source ability. You know how spell is a damage source, gun is a damage source, melee is a damage source, ability is one. So, for example, Barrage is ability. Dire Sacrifice is ability. Play the Angles is ability. Things tell you when they're ability. Change your mind on Bradluck and now think it's the best amulet in the game, works best with Spell Shot? No. So I think I see what people mean about the Barbalode. You get the ammo thing once at the beginning of each room for like a short window. Like that extra length mag I had at the beginning was really cool, and it's not happening again. I think I see what people mean.
Tastes like green butt wipe.
Frost Dagger! Can't wait to throw some spells!
Oh no, I don't have enough time. I only have energy drinks and dynamite.
That's with the From the Shadows damage penalty. Boss map's so cool, it is. Just working my Gluttony Chuck build and seems so good at dealing with the Bulwark drones. Gluttony Chucks are amazing, yeah.
Here's some shiny stuff. Go stuff it up your butt.
Yeah, if I had swapped to Blizzard there, that would have been even more damage. Not because Blizzard does damage, but because it would be action skill active without the penalty. Yeah, that's a high mag volley. I want a low mag. I still want this primordial liquid cooling. So let me change rings. I'll use that. I'll hold my Ludite. It's benefit of low mag volley. Higher damage. Most magazine size parts in these games, Vlad, the lower the mag, the higher the damage bonus you get. High mag parts tend to come with damage penalties. So you'll usually have, for most weapons, 3 mag options. You'll have one that's neutral, and then you'll have one that's got a mag penalty but a damage increase, and then you'll have one that's got the reverse. So that's what creates such a big damage swing between mag sizes on guns. Now this isn't always true. For example, the Crossblade doesn't seem to have a damage penalty for mag always. Hey Lucas, how you doing? About to ask what you're going for today, you beat me to it. Want a primordial times 2 liquid cooling. Because the volatile's been shredding and I want to push it to its max. Hey, happy Wednesday, Stomp. How you doing today? There's enough loot that my poor PC lose a couple frames. You imagine, chat, once we get like further chaos tiers, the number of crystals we're gonna have to deal with? That's gonna be wild. I'm not looking forward to that, honestly. Like, the vendors are a nice step towards it being better, but like, Hump day. This small man's still here, huh? Yeah, there's that weird vendor quirk. Bunny's gonna take 20 minutes. Yeah. 4-player run of 50k crystals, can't wait. Yeah, and you gotta take turns with the bunnies in co-op. Ugh. Can't vend if you can't pick up Mr. Hoarder. I have 7 inventory slots open, J-Bridge. 7. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. Hang on. Bathroom again. Too much coffee. Okay, I'm back. Should Gearbox add a 1000 crystal at a time option? Yeah, I'd love to see something like that, or even greater quantities than that. Some sort of mass, like, hey, give me shit. Because sitting there 500 at a time, yeah. Let's do some last rites. I haven't done any shotgunning today. We do some of that.
Choose, Fate Maker.
2500 per pull? Yeah. Dump all? Me either. Such a beautiful loadout, Ski Prod last rites? Yeah. I might have popped from the shadows too early, but oh well.
All the same. Chew on this.
Mother Bunny comes down and poops one giant loot egg out. That's a combination of words. Well done, Scroll. You made me uncomfy with one sentence. Last right shot quest reward? Yes. The 20,000 Years Under the Sea quest in Wargtooth Shallows. It is available as soon as you have access to the zone. And as of the most recent patch, it is enchantable. It's my favorite gun in the entire game. Easily one of the most powerful mobbing weapons, and it does more than enough single target as well. Yeah, that was my fault. Hey, that one wasn't my fault. Last rites on Chillmonger so nasty. Yeah, I can imagine. That's gotta be crazy. So much Freudian baggage in one sentence. Davis Catatumbo. Catatumbo just feels good. My only problem with Catatumbo is the screen shake. The more I use that gun, the more I come to dislike the screen shake. It's not something I'm always able to tune out.
There's a shit in the air.
Bags had to run a few errands. Welcome back, Viper. How goes the chambers? They go well. They go very well. We were deleting stuff with Skeet Prod for a bit. Now just casually using some last rites because I haven't yet today. Probably switch to another weapon for the next run. Level 19 last rites not doing work anymore. I guess Chaos 4 is too much. Nice. Only issue is that with it is that's quest item, so good luck for Primordial. Yeah. I'm glad they at least made the increased chance of quest rewards event permanent. Though I wish there was a more direct way of getting quest rewards again. Whether that be a repeat quest option, whether that be a vendor with only various quest rewards. Borderlands 3 had this. It was a feature in Borderlands 3. And those quest rewards also got added to your gun pool, Iridian Fabricator pool. So getting quest rewards was not difficult. I had +5 bullseye Sportwarden armor and didn't help Catatumbo much. Still have to aim. Yeah, because the nature of gun crit chance boosts, they're still going to go off of that base of 5%. So even an additional... What's bullseye per point? 12% per point. Yeah, so even an additional 60%. 60% of 5, not a huge gain. When Awe was post-add, I was running a build with the Catatumbo where I could just body shot everyone. But now it's not really possible to get that level of gun crit chance. Deuce's enchantable? No, there are 3 quest rewards that are not enchantable. Deuce's Visage, the Birthright, and shit, what's the other one? Goblin Repellent. Deuce's Visage, Birthright, and Goblin Repellent can still not be enchanted. Handful of legendaries can't either. Right. They only addressed one of the legendaries. That being the throwable hole. You know follow-up affects melee damage from other sources? It does not, Flint. It is just your melee attacks. Had to move to multi-pelling bloody to make it work. Yeah.
The cold of the grave. Just what I need. Spell slots are ready.
I'd understand if you use Great Bow never got a chance, to be honest. Yeah. There's some that... non-Ellie Perceiver. Primordial, but non-Ellie. Don't care. There's some that absolutely should have a chance, like Thunder Anima, Donkey. You know, they fixed Throwable Hole, so that's cool. The Khan absolutely should. But the Great Bow is of that level of power. And it's also thematically appropriate. Like, the unused one can still be enchanted already, but the used one can't be. And I think that's thematically appropriate. It's like, hey, it's broken. You know? Love it if the primary and Chaos Vendor is legendary and the rest of the inventory's quest word or something. Yeah. Can't get enchants? Correct. The gun is a walking collection of L's. It is truly irredeemably awful. You can kill things, like 2 enemies in a room, before you're out of ammo. If you have massive investment that would make any other gun kill them faster. But not only is it terrible damage, it can't be enchanted, it absolutely hogs ammo, it's borderline impossible to hit anything at any sort of distance. The Khan is truly the worst weapon in this entire game. Make it work. I used it for a bit a couple streams ago, Fleece, and, you know, Take enough ammo alters and have enough patience, and sure, if you barrel stuff things and make it work, but it's not good. It's really not good. You know, if increasing my critical chance also increased my chance of getting to a meaningful, long-lasting relationship? No, because you're more critical, which means you'll criticize the other person. So, it actually lowers your chances. Has to be a Mortal Kombat reference? Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. Unless they like being degraded. Ramen, you're projecting. Just because people like you and I want Vesper to call us their little pee-pee piss boys doesn't mean it's normal.
Ready to bring the arcane pain?
Red text on the column doesn't seem like a Mortal Kombat reference. There's a Mortal Kombat character, Shao Kahn. So I assume it's that. Held up doing so many side quests in some of my early playthroughs so I get level 40 versions of quest rewards. Yeah, same. This means a ruler or something? Yeah. Cool. Bye, Celissa. I don't like using the gyre. I haven't used it much, Ramen. I've been meaning to make a setup with it. Probably do something similar to Lazy's Sawmill setup with big ammo, last gasp, glass cannon. Oh, fucking Frostbody. I hate this modifier so much. I don't know why I keep taking it. Like, every time I'm like, man, I gotta stop taking this, and then I take it anyway. What is the alternative to Frostbody in this run? I don't remember. It's gotta be something bad if I keep unconsciously taking Frostbody. Isn't it roguelite? Yeah, that's why. I don't pay enough attention to want to do roguelite on, like, casual runs. Fucking elite level 47 Frostbuddies are toxic. No, roguelite is here. Roguelite is here. So what's the other one? I have it. It might have been like Bulwark Buddies or something. Famous chess opening, all called Karokon. Damn close names. It makes sense to be called it after that. Nope. Yeah. There's also a strategy that some people employ called Chokon. So maybe it's a reference to that. Hey Ivan, how you doing?
That's the way it's gonna be, eh? Piercing.
Let's choke on these nuts! Got 'em! So funny in the vision. Thank you for setting that up for me, Ramen. I needed it. It's a roguelike the first time, but if you don't take it, it shows up again in that room, pretty sure anyway. Okay, that would make sense. Yeah, cool. Searing tether, ugh. Yeah, fuck that. Word ban. Alright, that won't be hard. 10 minutes on the clock, can't say that. How you doing, Toxic Ty? I'm gonna really need to show Khan. What's show Khan, Dex? What is show Khan? Please enlighten me. You almost got me, Wisp. You almost got me. Because I already forgot. I was this close to reading it. I once heard a man say life ain't checkers, it's chess. Is that true? Oh. Watching him, like, now it's going into a boss fight and then it's over amazes me every time. That's just what the result of going into a boss fight prepared in this game looks like. Bossing is one of the areas where builds struggle the most, so if you carry an appropriate bossing tool and build for it, it kind of trivializes. What's in your favorite trail mix? I really like craisins. Craisins are great. Trying to choke on a homie is all. Quag say. Need to run my Hawk and see how it feels now. I got a Primordial one earlier, Vlad. Was that on this character? I don't even remember. I think that was on the other character. I got a Primordial one. I gotta try it out. Funny enough, my least favorite Predatrail mix are close. Say with an S rather than a Z. Does Blizzard do well with the burr combo now, or still not worth working towards? Not really worth if your goal is to do damage with the action skill. It's good for maintaining uptime on action skill active effects if that's your multi-class combo. Because think about it, if you are a Frostwilder, which is Burst Spore, Blizzard is your only option for action skill active that allows you to still have control of your character. Your only other option there is Dreadwind, and you can't shoot during Dreadwind. So, Blizzard can be useful for that. Okay, I haven't tried crossbolt gen yet with barber load. Could maybe be fun, but I don't really feel like it either. I've done a heck waiter run in a minute. Let's do a heck waiter run. I'm feeling heck waiter. So this is an example of a gun where I do not use Cape of Tides, because it would just kind of murder my damage. I use plate mail sometimes. This time, I think I'm going to do something different. I think I'm going to run an amalgam. The reason to go for ASA instead of ASE or ASS, some enchantments are ASA. For example, this enchantment, elemental damage 35%. Not only is that bigger than the spellcast enchant, but the spellcast one lasts 5 seconds. This one can last longer. You've also got... do I have one? Here we go. Action skill active, 50% for an element. Miss Lightning Chuck segment. Claw's my baby. I haven't been doing lightning chucking on... I've been doing it on Clawbringer. I'll circle back around to it, Ty. Next run. Remind me in the loot room. We'll go back to lightning chucking. If you want some good barber loads, so Pain to Farm. Yeah, I have like 4 different ones, and none of them are fantastic. Frames. Come back, frames. No, you're not going to stabilize. Alright, there you are. Currently leveling a Valkyrie-themed Hammerzerker who's fun as hell. That sounds cool. Blizzard can make you do some bad frost and elemental damage. Hey, morning, Okanamai? Okaname? Please correct me if I butcher your name. Welcome in. Good morning. How you doing?
Going to shoot.
Piercing cold.
Do the amalgam farm before it leaves? I should. I'm just kind of chilling doing Chaos Chamber with various weapons, honestly. I'm more focused on the bunny loot than the amalgam loot at the moment. But I probably should. Considering I'm using an amalgam at the moment, I should farm to get a better one. I switch between 3 armors for this build for the most part. 4, I guess, but one of them is for specifically 1 gun. But considering amalgam is one of those armors, I really should get an upgrade. Because this one is not very good. It's non-chaotic. The Lord of Edge's Point does nothing. All of the skills here actually are extremely minimal. It's just for the passives. All damage, area damage in one place. I don't know if you test some PC driver something's eating up potato chips. Yeah, like, I haven't done that control because I've been in the I should replace my PC boat for like a year now. I've told myself, I've given myself the ultimatum of doing it by the end of the year. So I've just been dragging my feet on that. So I figure that solves the problem too. Makes sense too. Instantaneous action skills like Barrage proc action skill start, which is immediately proc ASE. Instantaneous ones do both.
Watch out!
So Barrage does not have a duration, so you don't get action skill active, but you do get start and end.
Grinder.
Needs anything, happy to help. Also got him. Eaton Utz? No, that doesn't count. Fuck you. How dare you, sir? That's illegal. These amalgams are not trying very hard, are they? This one's trying more, but still not very hard. Out of curiosity, what's Mistdancer combo? That is Stabomancer, Spore Warden. You consider Mistdancer to be your main? Yeah, I play it enough. Yeah. It's just my go-to for casual play or weapon testing or item showcasing. Like, I just tend to do a lot on Mistdancer. Still win? You don't, though. Mistdancer's a tasteful fart joke. I still like to consider it a Gorillas in the Mist reference. Because I am a flak enthusiast. Heard a lot of people talk about Heck Waiters living up to the hype. Heck Waiter's always been good. It's even better now that it can be enchanted. It's one of the highest fire rate weapons in the game. It's a 3 projectile per shot SMG that costs 1 ammo. So 120 times 3 is already looking pretty good. But the fire rate is over 14. So it's a real good bullet hose. Are all polymorphs keeps flesh? Yes. Your Flakman is your main BL1 2 TPS. BL1 Lilith, BL2 Gage, TPS Timothy. Quite an intellectual Gage gameplay. It wasn't the best design, but I sure enjoyed it. Personally been using Ruby Spite. Yeah, Ruby Spite's extremely good. ASA, fire damage, lightning bolt, fear not, that's fire. It's been doing a ski build. Ooh, that's fun. Nice echo.
That's the good stuff.
Yes, I love shooting the floor. Gauge players in co-op rarely pick you up. They covet their stacks. That's true. Can vouch. If they could find a way to do it tastefully, I want to see some of the classic characters back with totally new skill trees. I would not want to see that under any circumstances. Why do that when you could just make new characters? Like, if the skill trees are also different, then just make new characters. Using Ruby Spite on my best answer right now, which is the same skill point distribution as you, is a lot of fun. Yeah, it clears rooms. It's very effective. Very effective. Remember all of us at the time being like, why the heck did they nerf rubies? Yeah, if only we knew.
Take left.
Heck, wait are good. Only character I want to see brought back is Backstab. Damn it. You and Backstab. What would you suggest for bossing on a Sporcer to your setup? Fear not, Lightning Bolt. If you're low on ammo there, pull out Sword Stickies. Be that a Body Rocker, Sword Explosion, or a Ludite. I'll get back on the Lightning Bolt Chuck setup after this run, and I'll do some showcasing.
Might have lived if you'd run. A healing pool.
Thanks, anything for you, Ron. Guy says Bacupuncture. Elden Ring uses ashes for summons, right? So maybe your Gearbox can make a Maya summon. Holy shit, J-Bridge. Yes.
Keep me out. Spells are up.
Bad timing on my From the Shadows there, but oh well. Wait for it to come back. Cool. Heck Waiter's good. I'd say Heck Waiter's pretty good. Someone tell Epic we need a BL3 Maya raid boss. It's like salmon. Heckwaiter's a great one with the game. Give me a volatile one. Because it hates you and wants you to fail Wisp. But I support you. SMG quest reward? Yes. Quest reward. Vacuum gun that does 10 times damage to Maya raid boss. I mean, you don't even need to make it a gun, Ramen. You could just make it an inanimate object, like a train or a door. An AFK streamer. Any of those. Favorite genre game besides looter shooter? I like RPGs. Story-driven RPGs. I have countless hours in the Dragon Age and Mass Effect games, the classic Baldur's Gate games, that kind of stuff. Fallout games, Elder Scrolls. Favorite genre besides looter shooter? Looter slasher. It's been a couple months since I played Godfall now. Maybe a month and a half about. Maybe I boot that back up sometime soon. I thought about Baldur's Gate in a while. Good stuff. Just iconic games. Ah yes, a Riveter of the Riveter. What do you mean god-awful, Rob? They did so much to improve that game. Is it still god-awful? No. No, game's great. Claw time? I chuck on a Sporcer tie. Riveting. Isn't this riveting? Shooting the Skeep proc spellcast? Good question. Planning on playing the new Dark Alliance? No. 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 You prefer chucking as throwing pixies? No. Lightning bolts. See? Lightning bolts.
Idiot.
Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Barbload works, but like... meh. Rather use the Skeep. The new Dark Alliance. I know they made 2 Dark Alliance games, and They both sucked and had barely anything to do with Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3 has been in, like, early access for 2 years now, 3 years now. Whenever that game's done, I'll play that. Here's the Primordial Hawken. Yeah, put that away. Let's check Claw's hammer. No, when I said throwing lightning bolts, I meant lightning bolts. Let's do a normal run. Like, you know how Joey Ultraviolet had piles of Iridium all over the place? You know how Sirens are all about Iridium? Like Maya's dust now? So I wonder if Joey... Yes, Joey inhaled Maya. I mean, wouldn't you?
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
Sidewind out of here.
Dark Alliance was based on the Drizzt party. Hmm.
This world's no place for
I prefer the OG Baldur's Gate stuffs. I don't know, maybe I'm being a grumpy old man about it. You know, I say I want to inhale my bonk the streamer. Listen. I don't have a defense. I'm just deflecting.
Hope that works out for you.
Bill's literally the old meme of the LARPer going, lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
Oi! Thanks for that.
I also listened to Dark Souls music while making this build initially. Like the Nameless King and Soul of Cinder themes. Which is appropriate. There you go. Plin plin plon. Mm-hmm. It's card damage or fear not. This one is... My game would do the thing. This one's 791. I'm pretty sure you can get a volatile with that damage. I just have bad parts on my Primordial. I also have melee crossbolts, and I want the other crossbolts. Like I have a volatile at 701. And my Primordial's 791. So clearly something's not right about this one. Maybe it's the mag size or something, I don't know. But I've got a low-end Primordial. Hey Boom, hope you're doing okay today. I'm doing okay, how are you?
How's that for an active reload? Well, that's settled, isn't it?
How much does Spore Solution actually help? In mobbing, not at all. In mobbing, I one-shot things enough that Spore Fuse just doesn't do anything. But in bossing, it's more impactful. I've never done Gloop on this map. Where does it go? That's... I don't feel like doing that. Does Claw Spell Shot work well with the Bolt Chuck build? Yeah. Spell Shot gives good formula and reload speed. Claw provides even more good formula, and you also get Oath of Fire on the bolts. Very nice. Yeah, you get Oath of Fire, you get Awe. You get Dragon Aura. Oh, I'm out of ammo. That's awkward. Time for this. Yeah, this is what I do when I'm out of ammo. And this is why I still have Play the Angles. It's just for this gun. Alright, if I ate Maya, how many calories would that be? Excellent question. Any nutritionists in chat? What is the caloric content of the most useless of the sirens? 59 calories? Nice. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Ow. Ow, ow. Rude, inconvenient, and polite. Lightning bolts scale spell damage? They do not. I'm getting a nice spread of PLC maps in this Chaos Chamber run. This is actually quite nice. We've gotten 2 from Coiled Captors and 1 from Glutton's Gamble in this run. I like to see the variety. They're pretty maps. I don't know any of the court spawns or anything in them though, because I get them so infrequently. Them not being in featured runs means I just don't learn them. There's no way to guarantee them in their Chaos Chamber iteration. Lightning Bolt should totally scale a spell that would be based. I don't think it needs to be like the rest of Fury or misbehaving formula-wise. I think it gets enough. Okay, even more PLC maps. This is pretty cool. This has been like nothing but these maps, but I'm okay with it. I'm out of ammo again. Ammo. My game is not happy with me.
tired.
So no Serona's 4? Yeah. They wake up new Brawn post? They Brawn. Play the angles worth lighting chucks? It does not. It does not. But you can get chain lightning modules with which have their own innate ricochet that does 50% of the original chuck and bounces multiple times. Quite nice. Give me a Melda. Optimal Wyvern real raid boss, yeah. Son of a witch, that's fine. I guess I'll use the non-Ellie without Spore Fuse. Really need a better body rocker. Volatile fire, 185 times 18 with Spore Fuse while it still kills things. Does noticeably slower than yours. Mag size stuff here. How many shots are you able to get off before you have to reload? So the reason why I run a non-elemental is because it just has, it still does lightning damage, see the blue numbers? But it just has higher base. Made a vegan chocolate mousse tart. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Storm Surge is to give it that melee weapon. It's supposed to call down a lightning bolt periodically on enemies you've inflicted status on, but the lightning bolt is currently bugged and does not do damage to the forward. So it's a bugged item. It's currently not worth using for anything. But they correct that. It's a 3 mag, have it up to 5, so 3 shots for reload. Okay, I'm doing the same. On other specs. Note that this one, I'm currently only able to do that because of, Quiver of Holding, but yeah, getting that 3 shots helps a lot. Do you have area damage? Access to area damage anymore? Hashtag buff bastard. Do it, just fuck with people. I actually say the lightning bolt would do damage, or just a visual lightning bolt. Yeah, thank you for testing. Yes, I didn't have enough ammo to shoot, to chuck, so I just shot and killed it that way.
Or whatever. Just take some shiny stuff and go, okay?
But if that hadn't done it, I would have just switched to the body rocker. But I had enough. I gotta remember to actually take ammo altars on the next run. Good question, I'm not 100% sure. I'll need to check later. Is 60 damage difference between Volatile and Primordial about normal? I know that part variance and element have a lot to do with the difference as well. What element's yours? The Cryo Nerf never made it in, so that has like a higher base. Like, you can compare my non-chaotic Cryo to my Primordial Poison, and like, they're not as far off as they otherwise would be. Fire? Yeah. Fire will have the same damage values as Poison on the card. So as long as you have the 3 mag, yeah, yours would have the same parts as mine. 3 mag times 18 will just work out to that. Another one. Check for area damage later, thanks. You're very welcome. Yeah, area damage is so important that there is a real case for running this enchantment on the left over Spore Fuse. Because it's 35% area damage. The spell radius is also just nice icing on the cake, but 35% area damage is very likely to be a fresh multiplier for the gun formula, for the lightning bolts, because you can only get area damage through one of 2 gun enchants, this being one of them, the other one being an on-kill effect, or area damage on armor, or being a berserker and speccing into Ancient Fury. That's the only ways. So if you have none of those, you are missing out on a fresh multiplier. So you want to get at least one. At least one. That amalgam? What about it?
Choose, Fate Maker.
Do you want it? He's still going? Still going for a little bit pragmatic. Frozen Orb. I think I'm just missing on something how to use it. I'm jealous. I can give you a copy if you want, Felicia. So the Frozen Orb is nice with spell radius increases for kind of clearing an area while you're doing something else. It's not hugely noteworthy in terms of its damage output unless you're on a dedicated spellcaster build. So let's say you're on like a dead shot, you know, standard double knot, high crit chance, the works. You can kind of throw it out on one side of the map while you're elsewhere. That's how you use Frozen Orb effectively. It's funny with Polymorph, you could try that. Spell radius scales very well. You can get a ×2 variant of the Frozen Orb, which increases the coverage as well. I think my armor has it, but again, not sure. Right. Is that the lob looking kind of spell? Yeah.
Bet you wish you'd turned
Do I have health bug? Yeah, my barrage did half that elite's HP. I have health bug. I hate when that happens. Barrage does not kill things. So that was a red flag. Paladin sword. I like that weapon. It's also a Home Alone reference.
Think you can make it?
Oh, that's featured. Whatever, I guess I'm doing featured. Need more amalgams anyway.
Rolling fresh. Let's make this interesting. I would run if I were you. I blame you for trying.
%, the game last night. Nice, congrats, Precision.
Hope that works out for you.
Let's do elite rooms this time. I don't know if I'll ever 100%, probably not. There's some things I simply don't care to do. But, endgame's my jam, so anything endgame related I'll do.
Oi! Thanks for that! You were short work.
When we get the Pyroburst spell. Dynamo does self-damage, Dex. On the first impact that spawns the dynamite.
The stuff legends are made of.
Shit was insane. SCUs took me from when I got the game to last night. I think I had SCUs done on a character at the end of the first week. I play more than most people though. Oh, I love how heavy that melee attack felt. The Goblin Assault whacked. Yeah, Peg Leg feels good to use for that reason. Also, it gives you nice lasting buffs. Peg Leg and Twin Soul are the weapons that I find myself using on my builds that don't otherwise care much about their melee weapon.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Wish I played as much as you. I'm in a position where, you know, it is what I do for the monies, so. I gotta play a lot to keep things interesting. Because at the end of the day, how much money I make is
Good stuff.
purely based on how interesting people find me. So some of it is simply me throwing more darts at the wall. Yeah, Deco Twin Soul? Yeah, scroll, exactly. Thanks for the Peg Leg shout out the other day on my gun build, using that on my spell burn, I love it. Hey, glad it's working out. How are you? Doing well, Kuya. How are you doing?
You didn't beg. Got that going for you.
Cyclops are annoying, and that's why I run this knockback spell.
Are you stupid enough to mess with me?
So I love watching because you understand the mechanics, know how to apply them in more than one situation. I'm glad you think so. I do spend a lot of time trying to be good in that area. So it means a lot to me that you think so. Thinking maybe we do some, after this run, 1 or 2 more, Glutton's Gamble runs, DLC 2. Because I do want better Barber loads. For this build in particular. Like a Barber load with, status damage and chance like this one. You know, like these exact stats in a Barber load would just be better. I would like that a lot. But getting one to drop, ugh. Got a Reaper Bones gun build and Greater Spell Shots, very good. Nice. Great, one asked there's Reaper Bones gun build for C35. Yeah, I do that on Greyborn Berserker myself. And it's a lot of fun. Greyborn Berserker is the multi-class combo with the most healing, and Berserker has a good damage formula. So you combine those two and you do pretty well. You can run a selective amnesia armor because Reaper of Bones constantly triggers it, and because you have the most healing, you can counter the increased damage you're taking from all the fire everywhere with that healing.
Calamitous Force! Ready to come!
Or I'd like to ask your advice for Rune with my Catatumbo build. Just really thinking Amp Shield. I don't know, the uptime will be there, so I'm running Body Rune. I don't want to run Body Rune because Soaked was thinking Spirit Rune, don't really know what to do. Thinking. Body Rune's still likely the play because of the healing, and even if the damage is diminished, it is still bonus damage. You could go with a Lightning Element Ancient Deity, if you'd like to. I believe that can also roll 1 amp part. Using Body Rune with Soaked? Yeah, like, even on my Mistdancer when I'm running the Soaked setup, I still use Body Rune. It's still damage and it's still healing. Body Rune 2 OP. Body Rune does so much. Using Selective Amnesia over Scarlet Claw just because the movement speed is better on mobbing for me. As long as you have the ability to benefit from Amnesia whilst not dying horribly, then yeah, it's a good play. I do not recommend Amnesia on multi-class combos that do not have healing.
Fallen fresh! This world's Vengeance on my mind.
Anyway, got a bounce. Take it easy, Boom. You have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Body rune you have on. I mean, it doesn't really much matter. Mine's got capacity and reload charge. Body rune's a body rune. Doesn't really matter what you have. Should I use action skill start gun damage over spellcast gun damage right now? Because what I have my volatile body rune. What action skill you using, Thermal? I tend to lean towards the action skill one because it's got better duration and a larger value. Like, it's 40% for 10 seconds as opposed to 30 for 5. But that's only if your action skill is activated frequently enough. Sigil is like a 10-second cooldown used from the shadows. I haven't rolled it yet. I'd probably go with the spellcast one then, if you're running that sigil. Highly recommend the full health gun crit enchant on wards if you can get it. Yeah, that's a huge deal. If you're running anything that allows you to comfortably remain at full HP, that enchant is a huge deal. Now, I can't really opt into it here because I need to use Barrage more often, so I have the Barrage reload enchant. But the full health enchantment is one of the best individual sources of damage formula in the game. It is really incredibly good. Alright, enough ammo. What is that enchant? While health is full, gain 25% gun damage and 25% crit damage. Now, the enchant is lying to you. It gives you neither gun damage nor crit damage. It instead gives you 25% conditional damage on gun, like on dealing gun damage, and 25% conditional damage on dealing crit damage. And if you crit with a gun, you get both. But basically, it's the same damage formula as Cursed Wit boost. So it is half of a point-blank range Cursed Wit in your enchantment slot. Ancient Deity does sound interesting, though. Doesn't Oculus drop it as well? I think? I think so. Either Oculus or Blue Hat? I don't remember. I don't remember what Blue Hat has.
Bad luck and bad choices. Dead
When it comes on wards, yeah. Kiara moving around Spirit Rune might be a good shot. But the thing with that is Spirit Rune is integrated into Body Rune. Not the zero delay part, but the bonus to shock. Yeah, Body Rune has that built in too. Not a shitpost, it just does that. Like, Church of Body Rune. It's from Shara. Thank you, Kuya. It's so frustrating the wording lies for that enchant, but I'm not sure there's a way to explain that one sentence. Right, like, for the space available, they kind of get it. It's, like, not necessarily untrue, it's just not quite... Yeah, it's one of those things. I don't think there's a winning way they could do that. Can Spirit Rune have amp? Yes. So that would be the use case of Spirit Rune over Body Rune. A lot of crystals. Too cluttered, let's roll something else. Got odds on he'll show up in the next featured. I'm expecting Zomboss. Again. Now, I don't know why, but I'm expecting Zomboss again. Because they've used every major boss now once, haven't they, right? Because this featured has been Solissa and Zomboss. Ribula? Have they used Ribula? No, they haven't used Ribula, have they? Okay, Ribula. Never mind. What's better for Reaper of Bones, Bereaver setup, a Body Rune or Curse Wit? Body Rune. Body Rune is damage and healing. Healing equals duration. And Curse Wit requires you to hug things to get that damage against them. Ribula's an obelisk boss. Okay, never mind. I guess I got thrown off because Ribula has that health bar at the top of the screen in the story. Yeah, ignore me. No. They've used every major boss at least once. So we're gonna start having repeats. Now, the first one was Dragon Lord, the second one was Parasite? So maybe it just goes back through in that order again or something? Because we had the DLC 1 featured extended was Vorkanar and Drill. So we had Dragon Lord, Parasite, Banshee, then Vorkanar Drill. Then after that we had... What do we have after that? Son of a Witch. This featured extended is Solissa Zomboss. We had Nightmare. Yeah. It's gonna start repeating. I'm gonna quit if it's Dragon Lord, that's an ordeal. One of these days it's gonna be him again. The thing about it being Dragon Lord is that can be a good thing because Corrupted Plate Mail comes from Dragon Lord, and Corrupted Plate Mail has gotten a lot more popular since the last time Dragon Lord was featured. And the last time he was featured, the boost mechanic had not yet been a thing they implemented. Like the first 2 featured runs didn't have the hey, you get more shit from this boss thing. So like, I don't know. He drops plate mail? Yeah.
It would seem you're not done here. Delightful.
D-Lord, bonk. Do a weird shot and say they're gonna put Gloop as final boss and never have him imagine. That'd be cool.
Just looking at this mirror makes me.
Do Barkenstein. Yes, I'm a bit of a sadist.
Fate and fortune are twisted here, all wrapped around that castle in the forest. I see only vague shapes: a mushroom, a crab, a bee, very lumpy bee. Anyway, these are, no doubt, ingredients for trouble. Something unsavory is brewing. Yes. I see a few individuals wandering nearby who may have a clearer vision of this situation than I do. Use your expertise to find out what secrets they're holding.
You didn't beg. All that goes for you.
Oh. Good shot.
You tell them I'm coming. I'll take that.
One of them has dropped a list of ingredients.
Gotta go, Quag. Love you, my guy. You're one of the good ones. There's a lot of them in here because of you. I just a little love your way on a somber day. I appreciate that, Maxibin. You have a great rest of your day, and thank you for keeping me company. I appreciate it. If you do the runes throughout the run, you get 2 barks in the same room, please. That sounds lovely.
Stunning.
Still have no idea how to fight the witch stage 1. Such an awkward arena. Imelda, yeah, it's a very awkward arena. Depending on the build, you cry, or you wait for her to move to the one position you can hit her, or you just face roll. I don't know what kind of build they tested that fight on. It'd be pretty safe to say not a pure melee focused build.
Good luck finding one.
But there's also some action skills that, like, can't really connect properly with her. It's very hard to hit her with hammer throw, for example. Neither of the berserker action skills connect. Cleansing flames, of course, no. So they definitely didn't test it on a clawbringer or berserker. We know that much.
There's no fun without fun Gus. He was annoying. May he rest in peace.
Tested with pixies, maybe. It's quite fast on this build as well. Picked up liquid cooling after a while and thinking it's back in a John Wick sort of way. Oh yeah, it's because we have more mechanics and game knowledge available to us now, Rohith, liquid cooling, it would be fair to say liquid cooling is stronger now than it was before it was nerfed. Because soaked didn't exist with the OG liquid cooling. And now we have soaked.
Get stuck.
And it is more than half of its original power. Soaked doubles it, so like, or I suppose it's plus 50%, but
No place for the weak.
so between that and other stuff we have available now, and knowing more about the game, the damage formula, etc., liquid cooling now is just extremely good. It never stopped being good in the first place, but it's even better now than it used to be.
So, that's the way it's gonna be, eh?
goblin beans bouncing your way.
Don't know why that goblin was hiding there, but okay.
There's one of those big bean boys. Those goblins are has-beens.
Using it without tides at its performing, you can get my hands on tides. Yeah. Either Cape of Tides, Tidebreaker, or just hot swap to a Twisted Delusion. Any of those works. Not a place to Fragment Rain Chaser yet. None of the ads have enough health for you to Fragment Rain Chaser.
The pirates of this idyllic cove may not have much in the way of
I imagine you could just do it the slow way, but
crabs.
the ads are very weak.
Lots of crabs. I'd watch out while you're collecting crab meat.
It's just like another Torg Stickies boss, or Lightning Bolt Fear Knots, or Pixies. Or Liquid Cooling. Liquid Cooling, great.
I blame you for trying.
On the bright side, it's not crabby anymore. That's something.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Treasure is the people I
Why the hell they freaking run away every time I'm down? Yeah. Yeah. Enemy aggression in this game is spotty.
I hear these crabs are to die for. Oh, I guess the pirates proved it.
Appreciate the assist, little one. It begins.
Why does zombies of all things have the most preservation instinct of all enemies? Maybe they don't want to die again? I don't know, Jester. I don't know. Probably making us all watch while he gets crabs. Yes.
Thanks for the
I just-
reload, Jin. My brain will be sharper.
I thought you guys would enjoy a demonstration of the process.
Never send a corpse into a killer's job.
Sure, dying sucks. So,
The recipe says, now that you've caught crabs, it's bone. Ah,
hey Sean, hope you're having a good day.
mind that represents
Doing okay. Stream's going well.
a dot. Step carefully. The trolls here
Almost time for the best part.
on the size of their
This room's great.
bones. But as my cellmate Hagatha Swampface always said,
This dying sucks, Nightbot. Oh no. No! Nightbot, that's toxic. No.
not yours. Give those bone piles a shake and see what happens. Every day's a grind, isn't it?
I dotted myself.
Oi! Thanks for that.
I'm not talking.
Yeah. really getting tuned up by enemies this run.
Wait before the sky!
Would it be too much if I said bon appetit? Oh, it is. I take it back.
Killing business.
Do you ever think you'd have this many bones outside your body? Bone meal and beans? What is this recipe doing? That's the whole list of ingredients. It's time to see the mind behind all this.
Ready to bring the arcane?
I wanted to hold my beer. No, Squab, come back. Come back. Is the Vesper voice actress on Cameo asking for a friend? You know, I'm curious about that too. How to get the results of that test? I imagine resuscitation might be necessary, but do not try to do any of it. Already, this boss gonna get memed. It's kind of funny how fast it is on this setup versus how much difficulty most setups have.
No holding back! Idiot! I was wondering when more of you turn up.
Yeah, that's that.
She was out of her gourd there at the end.
I missed a lot, by the way.
Terrifying.
It's normally
I
faster.
like the part where she stopped talking.
Hungry for adventure, are we?
I am mighty. I will not be cowed.
A ward a day keeps the demons away.
Did you make this ward yourself?
Did I make the cosmos?
So triggered by that circle of unexplodable barrels, it's rude.
Tomorrow, dreams, time, even life itself.
Hey, Ghostblade enchant. I never see that. Dark Magic, Salt, and Battery. I've been told Rampage and Salt don't stack, so that's effectively no hilt mod. So that's fun. What kind of fear is that? Is the Lightning Bolt and Reload? Yes. Chain Lightning on a Fear Not. And looks like the wheel's being stingy again, but it's okay. It's okay, I'm not mad. We didn't get a single Barbaload today. But you know, that just makes it more rewarding or something. Oh boy, shell casing ring. Yay. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. 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 Anyway, lightning bolt chucking. Lightning bolt chucking's fun. I'm gonna refine this build. I want a Barbaload for it to do some funny meme shit. I'll keep working on this setup. I have no idea what the plan is for content tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday, so we get Imelda Form 2. More of the stuff put into her drop pool, so maybe we'll have less miserable a time going for the new gear. Hopefully we get some neat quality of life and balance changes as well. So is Chain Lightning same damage type as the gun? Yes. So this fire one is fire. Note that non-Ellie Fear Knots that get Chain Lightning are lightning. poison gun do you have equipped? A Fear Not and a Body Rocker. But yeah, let's find somewhere for you guys to go. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate all the love and support. A bit of a gloomy stream today, but a bit of a gloomy day. But I appreciate you guys, you know, being wholesome through all of it. Let's see who's doing the thing. Dame's playing Bioshock, Tweety's on Tarkov, Tizzle's doing his just chatting thing, Cat's playing Fortnite, Pascaroni's on Div, Lazy's on Wonderlands. In the interest of keeping the Wonderlands love going, let's go to Lazy. You know if Barbaload crossbows inherit the properties of the gun that shot at, say, Catatumbo will proc the gun effect? Catatumbo, maybe, actually. That one should be tested. But no. No, short answer, probably not. Raid message. Let's do... Copy that. Copy that. That'll be a raid message. Quag aim, and then a little cloud with lightning emoji. Because, you know, I can't aim. Raid message, Mama's hungry for Fear Nots. Spread love, thanks to your part, King Quag. God, I don't think I'm royalty or anything. But thank you, Foster, for the positivity, and for everyone else as well. I appreciate it. Needed it today. You guys are great. Never fail to deliver. Yeah, be live tomorrow, same time, same place, doing some kind of builds thing. Hopefully we get a juicy hotfix. But until next time, thank you so much for everything. I appreciate you guys. Bye-bye.